Scripts. Where are we at? Oh no, I'm telling you! It is not what happened today! Okay, I believe YouTube's up now. We refresh the internet. If this does not fix it, I'll be lost. Oh boy. Okay, let me put this on. Alright, let me put this on. So, how are your days going? How's your days been? Oh boy, okay. Alright, big reset. We were looking. Do you see that up there? That says ad break? Huh? What? What is this? Wow! You know what? We snooze it. It's getting snoozed. Okay, where were we? We were doing things. We were being productive, right? Let's go back into here. Where are we at? Game. We were at game. We were looking at the gaming things and doing the gaming things, right? Yeah. Let me go ahead and put this back on. Speaking of, this does give me a good chance to do this guy here. Grab the magma label here so I can put this down. Put this above the timer. Let me go back into this mode here. And let me write down here. Can't say. A. There we are. Alrighty. That should go there while we're doing your study. So people aren't confused. But since this seems to be okay for the moment, knock on wood, let us continue, shall we? Now, what I was saying before was that, okay, it is running, we're good. What I was saying before is that in this one, when you press down, the sound, or you can hear it, right? And let me go ahead and mute this guy so that you can hear it a little bit clearer. When you press down, now this is a different test. The first one was about visually aligning it when you heard it. And this one, it is about, and let me click this guy here. This one is about hearing it. So as I'm clicking down, it's aligning the audio to the input calibration. That's what this one is. Let me go ahead and press down as it's going. See? Down, 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 down. Telling you, this music's great. That's about the latency bit, though. Let's go ahead and let me go ahead and do this. I should be able to exit out of it. Did it lag again? Hold on. No. Not again. Ah. Oh no, hold on. I'm going to mute this guy here. Okay. Did it lag? Okay. Got my heart stopping. Oh boy. Saying that, we have two tests. You have the audio one. That's the one where you heard it. Or visual. That was the first one. Video versus audio. You visually saw the lines aligned together. And that's the one you're Hold on. What great news. Don't want to do that. Alrighty then. No, you know what that means, don't you? Un momento, por favore. All right. So there was about two minutes left. I blame this on Godot. The past few months, my Godot has crashed. It stopped crashing recently. I can believe this is the day of reckoning for Godot. All right, YouTube's connected, Twitch is connected, and I am connected. I don't just plan on having latency issues. I also have to make a rhythm minigame. Yeah, I didn't think I'd have to do latency and things of that nature. Yeah, okay. I'm snoozing it again. Ads are getting snoozed. Alrighty. We have video, audio. That's the main thing you have to keep in mind. The stream's got Phil's character, don't worry. Oh yeah. I'm just glad to be here. That's all I can hope for. As I said before, last week I canceled. So I canceled the entire week of streaming. So I'm just happy I can show up. Evil never rests. Evil lays low and waits. Exactly. We have the minute left. So let me go ahead and go to concepts. The minute remains. I'll go ahead and drag and drop. Yes. I had to think for a second. So. Oh boy. 1 second, let me move it into here. I recalled me saying the wrong thing. We had 2 minutes left. I can get through this. What year is it? Where am I? Welcome back, Cyril. Thanks for coming back. We can go back into concepts here. Drag and drop our Crypt of the Necrodancer. And I already had it recorded earlier, I believe somewhere. I thought I had it. Apparently I don't. So I'm going to have to screenshot the oh no, here it is. There we are. Let's go ahead and drag and drop these two. I can go ahead and copy and paste. There we are. There we go. Visual audio. I think the easiest to work on would be visual. I think that's our best bet. Now, saying that, what game should we look at next in our research? We have Rhythm Doctor and Melatonin. Let me grab some of this Kool-Aid here. Give me a second. Oh boy. Alrighty. Since there's no recommendations, we'll go ahead and do Melatonin. And Melatonin sounds fun. Ah, I see. We're on the same page then, Zach. Melatonin. Now this one, again, I have all of these on my Switch and I've recently gotten them on the computer. It makes it a lot easier to research rhythm games in general. And just for contents, the visual latency might be the same as input latency. I think visual would be the perfect place to start. Let me go ahead and change the settings to not full screen, display, full screen, disable, resolution, turn that resolution down. And then, let me wait out this time right here. Oh, that was difficult. That was incredibly difficult. Oh boy. Oh man, I'm gonna have to add better rules. Maybe if I say the word a minute gets added or something like that, I feel like would be a lot better. I think that'll work out. Let me go ahead and bring you into gaming here. I can go ahead and I'm just gonna hide these in case anyone else wants to decide to add chaos to this very apparent chaotic thing. I'm gonna go ahead and switch the game to let's see, Melatonin. It should work in a second. There we are. That is a huge, and this needs to be moved down. This needs to be lowered just a smidge. And thanks to you. I'm telling you, he cursed me. He did. There's no way around it. He did. Let me make this smaller. Here we are, even smaller it seems. Alrighty. Now I can speak freely. Now I can move freely. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And this game, Melatonin, I like it because, and we'll go back into here, back here, just to show you what the game is. It is considered a mini game. I'll go ahead and let it go to the levels, but it's best described as a mini game type of game where you have a bunch of different things you have to do depending on rhythm. And there's a nice soft aesthetic to the game, which I really enjoy. And let me show you one of my favorite ones. But you can see here, you can see here different mini games, right? You have this one here in Nature Space. And the idea is that there's different controls, and at the end of the level, you have to do all of the mini games together. Let me bring you into, let's see, this guy here, chapters. I believe night 2 was the one I'm looking for. Start. Let's see if it's the one I'm looking for. And I like this one because it's that thing of an ad start. Well, we'll let them run now. How about that? I've delayed them long enough, it seems. So I'll go ahead and have them do their thing. Oh boy, oh man, dismiss that here. The music is nice though, isn't it? I think it's very fun. While I'm waiting on the ads, let me see if I can find it. Exercise is fun, work, money. Money is one of my favorites, you can tell. I got 3 stars out of 3 points. This is one of my favorites in overall. Funky music, yeah. I always like looking at games that I'm trying to reference. I think referencing is always great. If be it art or games, it's fun to look at rhythm games, get inspiration. And I kind of like Rhythm Heaven. Yeah, exactly like Rhythm Heaven. Yep, 100%. And that's Octa Faker. Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream, and hi, Escapher. You've missed so much in such little time. Welcome. And I'll play it twice just while we're waiting on this ad thingamajiggy. Let me move that guy up there. Let me move this guy down here, or maybe not. Oh, there we go. Yep. What did I miss? Stream crashed just about. And that guy kind of looks boring, but the game looks amazing. Yeah, he's meant to be your every average day man. That's what he's supposed to be. We can go into here to money, and let me do the practice just to show you. So it is like rhythm game. Yeah, Rhythm Heaven, in the sense of mini games that you have to do timing to. And all you have to do, I think, this one is just press the button to the beat. So you hear a sound, and then you do a button. That is the game in a nutshell. And it's one of my favorites. There's different cues and visual cues and audio cues. I think it's nice. I'm getting late because I'm talking. But I think it's neat. You can see. And the calibration, let's see, chapters, And not really, in reality, it's been an hour, but with lag, it's only been 10 minutes. It's felt like years, eons, ages. Now, I haven't tried to do the settings of the calibration for this guy. So let's see, calibration tool can only be used in the title screen. Alrighty. Back to the title screen we go, it seems. Exit to map or quit game? Which one is title screen? Hold on. Quit game. Is this title screen? That is title screen. His greed sickens me. The idea is that in this game, you play through games that are while you're sleeping, so it's a dream. It's a dream game. Every game is a different dream. So he's not greedy. He's just imagining a better world where he gets paid better. And calibration. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at said calibration. We go into this calibration tool. What do we have here? Interesting. I haven't seen this one yet. Let me go ahead and screenshot it. That way I can get some data up on here. Let me go ahead and drag this guy here. Now, knowing what we know, that there is a visual and audio, which one do you think this is? Does it say even? It says calibration. Yeah, press space when the light flashes. So this would be a, what would it be? You can hear the tick, but you can visually see it, right? So what would it be? It says when the light flashes. So I'm assuming this is a visual test. And the tech problems, you just saw some of it with the messages in Discord and not seeing you online on Twitch or YouTube. But yeah, apparently you witnessed the results, not the actual content. Indeedy. Alrighty, so this one seems to be visual. So I can go ahead and click space. Let's see. Alright. So space. Space. Oh, space, 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 space. How long do we have to do this for? Space, 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 space. I'm running out of spaces here. Oh, I can hear it getting louder. I think I'm close. Hold on. Hold on. We might be reaching the end of calibration. Nope. Space, 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 All right, calibration, where are you going with this? Light appears, light appearing, uh-huh. I'm really hoping there's a thing that eventually happens, but it doesn't happen in the next, like, few bits here. Might just have to keep going. This is an interesting calibration screen, though, isn't it? And the content wasn't here to witness, it was just experiencing the best. You might have to manually change it. I'm wondering, that's an interesting way to do the calibration. What is it? Ah. Ooh, that is interesting. Okay. That is interesting. That's super neat. Seems not automatic. Yeah, not automatic. You think it's not? It took me a second to realize, all right? But I got it eventually. Well, welcome, Skeleton. Is that how you say it? Looks like Skeleton. Welcome to stream. You can tell me how close I got. And yep, you changed the manuals. That's really neat. There's a bar for a max offset, and then depending on what you see yourself getting most often, you do that in the range. That's a neat idea. Let's see, space. It's interesting they don't have a area you can do for, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't show you your last one, so it's a little weird in the sense of I can't remember what I last saw, and Mellow. Hello, Mellow. Let's see. Would this be good? Let's see. Space. Oh, light. When the light flashes. Space. This one's a little tricky. It looks simple to implement. It does. But it is a little bit tricky in the sense of I'm getting confused with the audio and the visuals. It says when the light flashes, but the light's not always, it doesn't feel like the light's always flashing to the audio. And what happens if you mash? Nothing happens. Yeah, it's a little confusing. I like the idea, but it is definitely a little confusing. Let's go back into concepts and write that down. Alrighty. And I can go ahead and close the game. I've got the image up here. Yeah, okay. So that is interesting to note. In this one, you set it on your own. There's no automatic calibration setting, and there's only one test. I think that's important to note. So I'll go ahead and write up here, one test. There we go. One test. There we are. One T-E-S-T. One test. No auto calibration. No. Hold on. A-U-T-O-C-A-L-I-B-R-A-P-I-O-N. Okay, interesting. And you don't like this calibration? Yeah, it basically gives a rhythm, so it's not accurate. Yeah, that's the issue there. And you will automatically start guessing or feeling the timing. Yep, but I would always give a clear visual cue. Yep. There's no clear visual cue. The issue I'm finding is I can't really see when the light appears. It's very faded, so that makes it really hard. It says when the light flashes, but you can hear the tick in the background. And I think that's a little tricky. And note that it gives you the leeway in both directions. Yep, I do like that part. I like how there's a bar there to show, all right, you've got your perfects. So your perfects down here. E-E-R-F-E-C-T. Well, I mean, it's up there, but F-E-C-T. And depending on where you do it, you can change the bar range. I think that is a neat feature. I just wish you could see where you last hit, so you can get some references or like have some sort of ghost button that you could do so you could see, all right, these are the last 5 times where you hit it. That would be nice, and certainly did not fill you up with melatonin. Yeah, it didn't, not the best, but that is interesting to note. And I think that's why I really like looking and doing this market research, field research, because it gives you an idea of how things are done. Well, the perfect, and then you can move it. So I'll write that down here. Move range, move, M-O-V-E, move range, R-A-N-G-E, move range. I only wish there were, and I'll write this in pink. Wish you could see, Y-O-U-C-O-U-L-D, wish you could see, S-E-E, last, L-A-S-T, last, 5, let's just say 5, input, I-N-P-U-T. I think that would be very handy. And the ghosts of the past shall remain forgotten. Not in this game, it's all about ghosts. And unlock Dragon Force. Huh? You said A? The A is gone, Zero, thankfully. Oh boy, I was struggling. Indeedy, oh boy. Alrighty, gonna put input here. I think that's interesting, isn't it? Two different games, they're both rhythm games, but they implement latency differently and calibration differently in the way their calibration tools work. We have one more to look at, Rhythm Doctor. Let me go ahead and load up this game now. Again, one of my favorites. You know, I'm realizing in the games where I don't have to fight monsters, I'm a little more comfortable, it seems. So let me go ahead and launch that game. That would be Rhythm Doctor. Now, I haven't completed this game, but oh man, I kind of just keep playing the same songs over and over again. I like music a lot, and I was hoping I wouldn't have to make my own music for my game since I didn't know much about music, but I've been recently getting better at music, which is nice. It's very nice. Slowly but surely, this past 2 months, I'd say maybe, I've been learning music. I've been getting taught music. A lot of music majors reached out to me. A retired musician teacher has reached out to me as well, and they've been helping me. So that's been really handy. And you love the Cole and Nicole boss fight? Which one is that one exactly? Have I reached it yet? I don't think so. I'm on the train currently at the moment. That's my current progress. I'm not sure where the train is, and that's awesome. It is indeedy. I'm really thankful for it. It's been nice because I've always wanted to learn music over the years. I even bought a keyboard a few years ago, and I can finally pull it out and start to learn. But it's nice that doing these things is giving me the opportunity to do these things. So it's lovely. It truly is. Rhythm Doctor. Load you up. Where you at? Okay, here we are. Rhythm Doctor is interesting. They have an interesting rhythm mechanic. I'll show you how the game works first, and then we'll go through calibration. And I believe, hold on, let me double check something here. Story mode. Oh, okay. Thought the story mode might have had different things, but we're okay here. And there we go. Okay. Now, this one's my favorite. Bomb Sniffing Pomeranian. You can see it's my favorite because I have an A+. But I'll save you the trouble. This one works kind of like your, what's the best way to describe it? This one's more of a story, and the way it works, the idea is that as you go through the game, the story unfolds. You start here, and there's different levels. So it's a rhythm game in that sense of levels, because rhythm games have levels, right? They have different difficulties, and there's even a night mode where there's a harder difficulty for it. Definitely haven't done most of the night modes, but I think that's interesting. And as you go on, they add different rhythm mechanics, and I really like that too. Let's go to the very basic tutorial guy here. I believe it should show us a tutorial. Let's see. The idea is that they invent this new type of, oh, hold on. I want to see if the tutorial is visible here. Okay, good. Okay. So we'll go through no, that's not the tutorial. I need the tutorial. SOS. Continue. Restart. Settings. Give me the tutorial. Where is the tutorial? I need help. I have no idea what I'm doing, 100%. And you're pretty into music composition yourself. After a while, you notice a lot of parallels between music theory and programming. That's an interesting one. Huh, I wouldn't have guessed that. Not at all. Yeah, that's interesting though. And I'm glad to hear it as well. That gives me hope. I'm gonna go to this guy. I think this guy has a tutorial. So we'll see. This might work for just the means of showing it. Yeah, okay. Here we go. And onion bread. I never want to say another onion bread for a while. And interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. Alrighty. So in this game, it works in 7 beats. And the beats change different tempos. I believe tempo, right? No. Different rhythms. There we go. Tempo is speed. Rhythm is, for example, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And those are different. Let's see. They're hard to skip a beat. Yep. So when it gets to the red X, and they do it off of 7. So just count the numbers in your head. So let's see. And hit on the 7th beat. The idea is that we have 1, oh, hold on. Give them a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the idea. And duck with knife. I'm telling you, 0. Eventually, 6, 7. That's the idea. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the basis of the game. Sometimes there's different things like the cross, so 5, 6, 7. Sometimes there's a swing to the song. Let me just show you a little bit of the level. This is another one of my favorites. I can't say that. Oh, this is also a love song too. We can't hear the count. We can count, yeah. And this one you can count, which is nice. And this one, you only press 1 button. Since I'll be doing typing, it's a little bit 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 1, 2, 3. Oh. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. You get the gist of it. It gets. Oh, hold on. There's a part that comes up. 5, 6, 7. Hold on. I'm waiting for a certain part, but I don't know if it's gonna show it. Let's see. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. That's what I wanted to show. Different things, just different audio cues, which I think is really neat. As someone who took an AP music theory course, it's completely normal to feel intimidated by it. There's a lot of complex concepts and things to memorize. Oh yeah, there definitely is. But I've been getting slowly brought up to speed on it. And I can, you know what, I can show ya. Let me bring you into, oh, well, I'll show you in a second. Let's do calibration for here. And that's good? Yeah, this is great. Alrighty, so settings, I think we have to quit, possibly, go back to the main menu. And then go to calibration. So how do they do their calibration? We have 2 different styles. I'll do tap. I think tap is the one I do. Slam versus tap. Interesting. Okay, press left or right to sync the beep sounds with the blinking bars. Press space when done. Is mayonnaise an instrument? I'd say it can be, if you believe. So in this one, it's manual. And it is visual offset. And I believe I have this copied already in concepts. Let me double check. Go up here. Yeah, okay. Let me grab those notes. And yoink ya. And then I'm gonna move ya. Move you down here. There we are, okay. We have visual and then we have audio. It always seems to be the case that visual seems to be first, which is interesting. Press left or right to sync the beep sound with the blinking bars. Now, I'm not sure. There's 2 of them. There's 2 tests in this one. This is a visual. The next one is audio. But I'm not sure how much I like this one because, again, you're hearing the beep. So it makes it a little hard to see visually because you're keeping to the sound. And if I do this, right, it doesn't really feel any different from when the blink happens. So I'm not sure I like this test, the feel of the test. It doesn't feel like I can't tell when it's happening. I think so far I like the, what is it? I believe it's Crypt of the Necrodancer. So far I've liked Crypt of the Necrodancer the most because it's been the easiest to tell from the visual. And really fascinating how they have, isn't it? I think it's really neat. It definitely is. It's that thing of, when you want to make a game, you don't have to start from scratch. Especially when there's concepts. I've been trying to figure out this rhythm stuff for a while now. Now if I click enter, this is the other test. And it's completely different. This one is input. The other one was visual. So is this, because right now we have auditory and visual. So is it audio, visual, and then calibration? And have you seen the calibration for Rhythm Heaven? I have. We can try to pull it up. It's a bit of a unique, you'd say. Yeah, it would be a good idea to pull it up, actually. I'll see if I can, or if you can, one of the moderators, if you could link me to a YouTube video of calibration for Rhythm Heaven, that would be lovely. Otherwise, well, I don't mind looking for it myself, but if you could link it, that'd be great. And it's starting to look like a cheat. Does it? It's interesting. Now to calibrate, press space. So this is input. That makes sense. You don't care this game, music, but the sound design is on another level. Yeah, sound design is good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And at the bottom, as you go, it updates the bottom, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's definitely interesting as it's going, and as the bar fills up the bottom, it loads up 7. And then the calibration is complete. Now, I like how immersive this is, because again, it's called Rhythm Doctor, so you're playing as a doctor or a doctor assistant who has to cure patients. I think it's neat. And thank you, Lusk. Let me go ahead and copy this guy here, and I can bring you into that screen in 1 second. Let me go ahead and paste this guy, do that there. Alrighty, and let me go ahead and bring you back into concepts. Let me go ahead and turn on the music. I've had previous notes of looking at this guy. I only recently just got the other 2 games to look at in terms of referencing, but we have on here visual and, so I forget who said it, but someone said this is more visual and audio. Yeah, I even have it on here, visual and audio, because you can hear the beeps. And I don't know if I like that. I think I like it when you can't hear it because it's purely visual, when you can only see the visual. And then offset, I really don't like this test. Tests when it visually aligns on the screen. This affects the note speed. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. Don't listen to old Past Me. Past Me didn't know what she was doing. Past Me didn't know about this either. Ignore this. The way I had calibration implemented I mean, we don't talk about it, okay? It didn't happen. This is the first time I'm trying this. Surely. Alrighty. Test when it aligns visually to the screen. Yeah, and then this one is 1, 2, 3, 4. Have it hit on 4. Yeah, okay. That's about the gist of that. Now let's take a look. Forget the past. Return back to monkey. Let me get the logo of Rhythm Heaven up on here, and then we can take a look at that tutorial. Become fresh. Become freshwater fish. Become fish. Revert. Let me go ahead and get the Rhythm Heaven logo. RHYTHMHEAVEN logo. Alrighty. Rhythm Heaven logo. Now, I eventually, at some point, either want to find some sort of emulator for the game or get it on a DS, but I would love to play it. I've seen so many videos of it, but I didn't get the luxury of having it when it came out. I had different DS games. I was more of a Nintendo Dogs person myself. I had more fun doing that. Let's go ahead and go into this guy here. And value your hearing. You're currently recovering from a hole in your eardrum and isn't fun. Oof. I hope you get better, Zero. They are! I'm so excited. I finally get a chance to play the Rhythm Heaven genre. I'm excited. Truly, I'm really, they came out the other day, but it's in like 3 months? Who has time? I'm not patient. Alrighty, let me go ahead and mute this guy. That way we can give a gander. About 4 minutes long. So hello and welcome. Let me go to here. Yep. All you need to do is press the button to a rhythm. The key is being able to keep that rhythm going. Let's find out how good your rhythm is to begin with. Glad Eris never screams. Not one bit. Nope. By screaming, my voice can't handle it. So press A and time the signal. Okay. So Rhythm Heaven seems to be visual and audio. That's the feeling I'm getting from it. I'm trying to get a good screenshot when it happens with the... Hold on. Is it dot that? Yeah. Frame. There we are. Okay. So for this guy, it's visual and audio. That's the look I'm getting. So let me go ahead and save this on here. It's like, it's practically the same as, if we go back into here. It's practically like this one here, where we have the audio and the input, or not even that one, more so, hold on. You hear it, you press it, and you see it. It's all three. Hold on, let's go back. Maybe I stopped it too early. Let's go back in the private browser, let's see. All right, yep, pressing it, okay. All right, keep doing it until the test is complete. Yep, and then it tells you on a line, I believe. Yeah, okay, test in progress. Now this is neat. I do think this is cool. It gives you, I'm guessing, like an average of what happens, and it just maps it out. That mapping is similar to the way that, and I'm dragging you all over the place, but that mapping is similar to how this is at the bottom, loading up and going as you do the test. Let me also get a screenshot of that for, of course, research purposes. Let me go ahead and copy this. Is this? Okay. We go back into here. We keep going. Let me go ahead and move this guy here so we get as much data as we can, or data. All right. And this one looks like an input audio, right? And, all right, it does. This guy, he looks a little silly. I can't say that. Now try waiting a little longer. So I guess this tests your rhythm in general, and it just gives you tips on your rhythm. And if most of your marks fell below that line, okay, let's move on to the press A when the timer hits 0. Okay. So again, what's his face doing? That guy's creepy. How about that guy? Huh? This one's interesting. So this one's more of a countdown to kind of keep you in line, but it doesn't really, it's a little tricky in the sense of the visual and audio, but the interesting part about Rhythm Heaven is that you can play this game blindfolded. That's what makes this game really interesting, because you can close your eyes, play the game, and entirely complete it without even looking at the screen. I really like that feature, so I guess that's why the visual is not as important to the game as with something else, and you somehow vibe with both. Yeah, I think that's the same case for, what is it, Melatonin? I think Melatonin's also of that genre, where you can close your eyes and just activate it. Oh, actually, yeah, no, 100%. There's a few games in Melatonin where they obscure your vision, so you just have to go off of audio cues. Yeah, Melatonin's also very audio cue heavy, so you don't have to worry about visuals. I think in our case, because the game is rhythm typing, you're gonna have to know what buttons to press, so it's going to be very visual reliant. If we were to hide the typing beat, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work at all. Alrighty, let's keep going. Where are we at? Click play. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing, and that's true, yeah. That's interesting. I'm learning as I'm going. I'm realizing it's dawning upon me. And leave my Smurf boy alone. He looks like he's trying his best. I wonder why he only reacts to the beat. That is interesting. Alrighty, so they do another test, okay? And then that's it for the rhythm test. Okay, interesting. And you hope you're talking about a game and not the... Zero, that's what the game is called. The game is called Melatonin, and the idea is that different mini games happen while you're sleeping. No, I'm not talking about the medicine. It's a game. Oh boy. Okay, I think that is important to note, is that this is a very visual, audio. Audio cues are king in this one. Not visual. Audio strong, A-U-D-I-O, audio strong, S-E-R-O-N-G. If anything, this game and Melatonin both play off of obscuring your vision. There's a lot of different games, I can't remember them exactly, but there's a lot of different ones where they try to mess you up. And in Melatonin, there's this one I could remember where the phone, as you're looking at a phone to swipe for dating, and the phone moves. The phone changes perspective so you can't see the screen. It's really cool. I'm gonna make this pink since it's of note in that sense, and I'm also gonna make that one pink since they're both audio strong. Now, this one I would say is audio strong as well, but because it's the sort of RPG feel, or what's the word I'm looking for? The games where you have to go dungeon crawler. Because this is more of a dungeon crawler game, you have to see what's going on. So definitely visual in that sense, that's why they have a visual audio. I think for our purposes, it might be better to do something like this. I think this would be the best example to go off of compared to the other ones for our cases. Now, I'm not sure about Rhythm Doctor, how you could probably play it with your eyes closed, perhaps, perchance. I think separating it into visual and audio might be our best bet. Starting with visual and then singing about audio. And you can play Melatonin while your eyes are closed. Technically it's true in all sense of the word, isn't it? So, saying that, and as I said before, I've been trying to slowly go through things, and you can imagine like an April Fool version of the game where you can't see the letters and there's a voice shouting them at the same time you'd normally see. Oh, that'd be scary. That'd be fun though. I can imagine it'd be wild. It would be. We can go into programming now. Now we've got a few hours into here. Saying that, I have been working on as I said before, calibration. I've been working on updating the menu and the screen to hopefully add a feel to it. If I go ahead and click play on here, I'll have to, redo the thing so it does the thing with the thing. This guy should work here. Lovely. Okay, I'll go ahead and mute this guy here. There we go. Okay. Now I have an updated calibration menu. The other one it's a little bit tweaked, but you can see here an debugger. What are we angry at? Unrecognized UID. Resource not found. Oh no! I was having issues with maps, and now it's having it's having the issue again. Alrighty, calibration test map. Where are we at? Calibration test map. Copy UID. Paste UID. How about now, Godot? Are we happy? Are we satisfied? You'll never be satisfied. No, it's not. Okay. In that case, we'll just redo it. And the nice part is, for my game, I've been trying to make adding music as easy as possible. If we go back down here, I can create a new resource, and it is called a map resource. And all you have to do to add a map to this game is, and let me go ahead and call it calibration, C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N, test map test. And let me also add on here visual, since we're doing visual. Save on here. There we go. Okay. Now that should be down here, right? Calibration. Oh, where'd it go? Calibration test. Yep. Visual calibration map. Test resource. I deleted something I wasn't supposed to, I felt like. We'll see. Alrighty. Calibration. Visual calibration test map. Okay. And then from here, all I have to do is first do visual calibration, L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N. Then what I can do is I can drag and drop the audio for the calibration. So this guy here, the song, and then I can drop the map where you have to press the keys at. So I can go ahead and grab the Jason here. That's how I'm doing the map. The map tells you when the notes happen. And then if I click play, oh, I forgot to, hold on. I forgot to add the UID, didn't I? Copy UID. Oh, where are we at? Copy UID. Copy, okay. And if I go ahead and do paste here, save, play, are we good? No more debug errors? We're good to go. We're back in business. Alrighty. So as I was saying here, we have a calibration screen. This one's going to be for visual. This one's going to be, oh, this one, apparently it's broken. Would you look at that? That button is supposed to swap between two different screens. If I, oh, you can see here, calibration screen, right? And then you can see an audio latency screen and visual latency screen. The idea is that between the next and back, and hi, Hollow Tempest, welcome back. And hey, I'm on YouTube now since I can't use my PC for medical reasons. That's unfortunate. That's what happened to me this week, where I was sleeping so much because I was sick, so I couldn't hop on the computer and do things and stuff. But I hope you get better soon, Hollow, truly. That's never fun being sick. I'm just wondering why this isn't working. Let's see. The buttons should swap between the two. So, calibration, menu swapping, what's going on here? You can see on next button pressed, set test to audio. On back button, set it to visual. And when we do set test, I have on here, type none, we hide everything. We hide the visual, we hide the audio, we hide the back, we hide the back, hide the show. So the idea was that, depending on it, and it's surgery recovery? I'm glad the surgery, well, I'm hoping the surgery went well. I'm guessing it did, but so I'm glad to hear it. It's not working because you want it to. Yep, that's why it's not happy. The good news is, that can be fixed later. Soon TM, that's not too much of a big issue. That button doesn't matter too much. So I'll just, I simply do not see, it works. And right now you can see, when I click start on our game, right now this shows the song, where the song's at. I have it set up so that there's a button that you have to press just space in the song. And what I'm thinking is, we're gonna mute the audio, so you can't hear the audio. This is just for testing purposes. But we're gonna have the input play, and I think, you can see down there, delay is. I've been trying to slowly figure out how to do this. So I'll walk you through when spawn key is angry. I need to get a loop, and there's a few things I need to do. Let's walk through the ideas here. Let me go back into here. And then, let me bring you back into concepts. And currently, this is my thought process. So I only looked at Crypt of the Necromancer, didn't look at these three, but looking at all of them, I luckily was looking at the right one, I think. If we go back up here, I have some words I've been looking at, you can see. So, let's just recap. Latency is the delay. Audio is the audio cue. That's play this beat when you hear this sound. Video is the visual cue. That is, when you see this thing, press this button. That's the idea. That's the differentiating things. That's why I got a little bit confused in some of these guys down here when you could see multiple of them. For example, in this one where you heard the beat sound, but you also saw the blinking. That was visual and audio. It made it very difficult. But for this one, the visual, you couldn't hear a beeping. It only was when press button when it meets in center. I think that's a really good idea. I think we should do something of that sense. Saying that, the milliseconds, we have 1000 milliseconds, 1 second. The idea behind delta time since last frame. Maybe you have to use delta time, maybe not. And this test, so doing visual, this test determines spawn delay. Press space when the notes overlap. For the player to pass, they have to get 10 OKs in a row minimum. Streak gets reset whenever it's below OK. Compare note spawn time to player button press. That's the idea I'm thinking. Separating it this way really makes it less confusing. I think so. I'm telling you, I've been working on calibration for a very long time. So I'm because I don't understand it, because I'm having trouble with it. There's been a lot of bugs. I'm breaking it down even more. We are going back to so much basics that you won't even know what hit ya. And this was a tip, let's see, from Big Kahuna Banana that was talking about latency with monitor refresh rate. And when I see those words, I just think to myself, I don't see it. They're very scary, aren't they? You know, it's something of, I just want to make games. I don't want to learn about refresh rates of monitors and if things do this thing. And I think that's what makes rhythm typing very, very painful. Oh boy. So saying that, just working on visual. And what I'm thinking is, and as you saw before, we have a map that plays, and it plays 10 notes, I believe. I think I did 18, but about a certain number of notes. And the idea is that, and if I go ahead and bring you to this guy here, how it works currently is that there is a range that the player can press on when you hit a button. If the button falls out of any of the ranges, it's a miss. If it's in this range, it is poor. If it's in this range, it's okay. And then there's a little bit of the inside the middle where it's a perfect. The idea is that, you can see here, it's maybe a little bit easier to see. You have a perfect range, you have an okay range, and then you have a poor range. And the idea is that, depending on when the note is spawned, will show the range. The idea is that we take the spawn time, the basic spawn time, so that's the time passed, so the next beat plus the beat interval. And the idea is that, because we know a beat's coming up, we have to spawn it before the note actually happens. So for example, if the beat happens at time, let's just say, if the beat happens 3 seconds into the song, we have to spawn it. And you don't spawn it 3 seconds into the song. If it takes you your ETA, like a road trip here, your ETA to get from here to here, and it takes you about 1.5 seconds, or let's just say seconds for simplicity. If it takes you 1 second to get from the note spawn place to the center, the key time spawner, then you would have to take the sound when it should sound off, subtract it from that 1 because that's the travel distance. So then you would spawn the key at 2. Since by the time it arrives to that end position, it'll be at 3. That's the idea of spawning the notes. This took me forever to figure out. And again, many months, but it's going. It's slowly coming along. And I'm really glad. I'm glad I'm starting to understand a lot better. The issue we run into is that for not everyone is going to have that perfect 1 second because of the way the computers work. There's going to be lag, delay, and that's where latency comes into play. So instead, for one person, it takes half a second. For another person, it might be, maybe it's a little bit late, or maybe it's a little bit early. Maybe it takes like let's say maybe it's a little bit early. Maybe it's 2 seconds. So then what you would do is, actually, let's make it 1. That might make it a little bit easier. So then what you would do is you would take this latency, so the player latency, PLAYER LATENCY. So instead of it being like this, because this is what I had, this is just about it, what you do instead is you have to account for player latency. So instead of it being 3 minus 1 equals 2, it then becomes 3 minus 1 plus your player latency. So I'll just put in here PL plus PL, and okay, it is visible, plus PL. So in the first case, your player latency would turn into 3 minus 1, so that's 2, and then plus 0.5. So the spawn delay would be 3.5, which is very different from 2. Or if the player latency is a little bit early, then it would be 3 minus 1 plus 1, so the latency would be 3. So that's where the variables come into play. So we do these latency tests to figure out what that variable should be. By default, it's 0. And that's in the perfect ideal place, but it's probably gonna be like 0.475 or something to that extent. What we need to do is test the player to see when they see that note appear on the dot, on that key at the end. So that's the idea behind the visual. We don't have to worry about audio. Audio's not even important at the moment. That's the hope to do. That's our current goal, is figuring that out. And let me go ahead and move to where are we at? This guy up here. Okay, good. Lovely. And let me go ahead and move this guy here. Oh, hold on. Okay, good. So saying all of these things, how do we do this? Like I said, it's the thing of where we already know, right? We have a place where we spawn the notes, and that's where you would add the player latency. So that's what I've been trying to figure out. Well, I go ahead and do that. You can see if we go back into Godot here, where are we at? In programming, that's that guy here. And let me go ahead and close all of these guys. We don't need them. Just everyone spread out. Everyone go home. That's a lot of people. I didn't think I had that tiny tabs open. And all I want to do is do spellcasting minigame. I'm gonna open up this guy. This is our minigame. This is the spell minigame screen. I think that's old code. Ignore that. Look away. As I said, I'm still refactoring. Lots getting changed. I think it's this guy. Yeah. We have the center key here. Scatter! Yep, we have that there. And then you have the key. And the key needs some time to get from here. It spawns about here off screen. And then it's that travel time that we have to account for. Let me go ahead and delete this guy here. So in our code, and let me go ahead and click save. And I'll also pull up our calibration screen. Yeah, this guy here for later. But in our spellcasting minigame, if we go down here to our spawn key, you can see, yeah, when do we use spawn key? So we gotta find where we spawn the key at. Here we are. This is the code right here. Let me go ahead and take a screenshot. Might make it a little bit easier to decode. Let's go back here. Here. And I'll bring you back into concepts. And what you can see is, if I zoom out a little bit, I'm gonna paste this here for now. So we have the song position. That's our time, right? Our current time. And if the song position is greater than or equal to our next note, the next note happens, and that's what this guy is. This is this. We have our note time, so that's the 3. Our default latency, which is the 1. And then whatever this is, the visual latency. Right now I just have it as a visual latency, but that's the player latency. And you went busy, but you saw stream die. What happened? Hi, Dark. Welcome back. My internet is what happened. It decided to say no. It didn't want to do the thing. And if you click the monster, it goes boom. No refresh needed. The world works in mysterious ways. My internet didn't want to do the internet-y thing, so I restarted the internet. That seems to have fixed the issues. Thankfully, also, knock on wood, yes. Saying that though, I'm thinking this is a good formula. And then, depending on where we're at in the song, if we've reached the next note point, go ahead and spawn the note. And cucks, why? I'm not sure what internet provider I have. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm not sure if it's I don't even know the names. I know there is that one. And knock on wood harder. I'm not sure if you heard that. But it is a little bit harder. Alrighty. So saying that, we have our note spawn in the idea. Now we just need to figure out how to set it. Let me go ahead and write that down. And how to set. Right now we're only working visual, so no audio. How to set visual. And we did good. Good. How to set, and then visual. Visual, S-U-A-L-L-A. Oh, that's not an L. That's an L. L-A-T-E-N-C-Y. How to set visual latency. As we have the formula, I think this formula will work. Now, how do we set it? Where I'm thinking of the streak idea comes into play. Once the player has hit 10 OKs, so once they've been able to get within this range, I think that's good calibration enough. I don't think we have to have the player get 10 perfects in a row in order to call the test complete. I would say okay is about okay, but a poor and a miss would be terrible. So that's why I went with the 10 OKs in a row idea. That's what this guy is. So I think that is the requisite for calling the spell, or not the spell, the test complete, when the player has done 10 OKs in a row. From there, we have to record this guy here. So that's what I did down here, is that note spawn time. I'm adding it here, so we know when that note spawns. That way we can check when the note spawns when the player spawns. So the idea I had is that, where do we check when the player presses their input? Or when do we check when the player presses a button? We have to check during the input, right? So we can go back into here, into, where are we at? Programming. So if we go back into here, we go into our key listener, and our key listener is responsible for getting the player input. They're the little guy in the center of the minigame that is responsible for taking it. They're also responsible for, I think I can click this guy here. It should work. Nope, you can't see it, hold on. It works, or it definitely does work. It's just, it doesn't wanna agree to the terms. There we are. And have to go. Good luck with doing the whole thing while keeping the crystal flag with the rest. Thank you, Sec. I hope you have a lovely time. And but then what happens if the input is so wrong that they always get pours? We're getting to that, Les. I'm glad you bring that up. You can see here, or hold on, let me click this here. When you press the button, I think you can hear that too. That's the spacebar. When you press the button, it reacts. So this little guy here, the key listener, is responsible for listening to when the player presses the key. So if we go to our key listener code here, and we go to here, I have here input on input, we have if the minigame, if the note timer isn't empty, right? We can print the delay. I'm thinking we can print the delay, and this print is here just for testing, but we can send out a signal or something. So print delay is, we take the minigame's note time spawner and we subtract it from the song position. And this should give us our delay, is the idea. Now, I'm not sure if the song position should come first and the note spawn timer should come after. I'm not too sure on which comes where. Not quite sure in that sense. And quick length, smite the wood to repel the witch's foul magic. We are playing a witchy game, aren't we? But the idea here is somewhere around here, when we get the player input, we should compare it. Now, the question I think is also a thing of, we could also emit when the player has the... Okay, do we handle the input? And this comes down to a thing of responsibility. In college, that was always very important, but I think that was one of the things I really liked about it, because sometimes they had things like inheritance and composition. And inheritance is nice and all. There's definitely different things. I come from a background of C++, but there was also always that thing of who is responsible for what. For example, in our spellcasting minigame, we have a key listener and we have the spellcasting minigame. The minigame controls the spawning of keys and the deletion of keys. We know exactly where the keys are at the same time. If I go into my cafe, you can see here, oh, cafe, hold on. Cafe scene? The cafe has a lot to it, doesn't it? What you can see is that we have a customer manager. So the cafe itself is not responsible for the customers. The customer manager is responsible for the customers. The customer manager will spawn and delete the customers, as does the ghost manager spawn and delete the ghost. That's the idea, is that we break it up. And never inheritance, always composition. I think inheritance has its place, sometimes. I can't say that. I definitely have been liking different ways. And you're fine with one layer of inheritance. Above that, it quickly spirals out of control. Yup. And welcome, Disco. I can show you this at least. I have inheritance in the sense of, if I hide this guy, you notice how everything doesn't get hidden, right? Which is really weird. It's because these canvas layers don't like playing fair. For some reason, they don't get hidden if their parent gets hidden. So to fix this problem, what I've done here is I've made a new class called Screen. Yeah, use both. Using both is great. I made a class called Screen, and you can see the default is Show and Hide. But what I've done is, depending on what it is for the screen, and if I go back to here, you can see, or not Show and Hide. Yeah, I do. Show and Hide. It should have here. There we go. So Show and Hide. Hold on. Control F. Show. Is it on here? Show all. Hide all. I can't remember exactly what I'm looking for. So give me one moment to see. But we have on here Show and Hide. Okay. I've remembered. What I did is, you can see here, if I go into my out of game screen, this guy holds all the main screens on the main menu. So we have our main menu screen, our levels menu, our options menu. And the idea was that when I was swapping between things, my hide and show wasn't working for certain things. For example, for our calibration menu, you have to do certain things when you click show. You have to do certain things when you click hide. So to fix this, I created that class so that I could call show and hide, or not show and hide. I keep saying it wrong. It's disable and enable. That's the guys. That's a different word. That's the different word I use. So this guy here has disabled and enabled. And you can see here, we have instead enable and disabled. So instead of hide and show, disable and enable, so that I can go through the children of the calibration screen and manually say, go through each of these and hide them. Because it's not gonna hide them if I do show and hide on this guy. So it's nice in that sense, where because you have multiple screens, doing things like that makes it easy. You have to count to 10 before you look. They need time to hide. Oh, you know what? I can see being it that way. Yeah. And also when you create custom scripts, it's inheritance. Yeah. When inheritance is this guy, right? Inheritance is this guy. But composition is, if I go to customers really quickly, customer. This guy here has a move state and an idle state. I can remove their idle state by just deleting this guy. And that's different. For example, if I had customers that had a move and idle in their hard-coded in their customer thing, that's different. So that's the difference. When you inherit, yeah, inheritance, custom script. But this guy here, this is composition. And I've been enjoying composition because if I ever want to add another state to this customer, like for example, maybe I want to make them fly like the ghost, I can add it here. Or maybe I don't want the ghost to move. I would just have to delete the move state. So it's a sense of composition works nicely in that way, but if everything you know for a fact will always have that same thing, inheritance is good. Inheritance is great. And you love to see interfaces in future versions of Godot. I would love to see a better version of the control nodes, truly. I think that would be lovely. And I thought I missed something, but I did not. Okay, so saying all of that small tangent out of the way, as right now my buttons aren't working quite well, but we can deal with that later. For now, let's see, visual latency, calibration screen, audio, visual, just wondering, our visual latency guy, just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna hide you. Or not visual, audio, that's the one we need to look at. Hide audio, type audio, hide audio, audio, and why are you angry? Expected indent, I see. Type hide audio. I'm just gonna pass this here. And I'm gonna get rid of audio for now, since we haven't even implemented it. Audio hide, audio hide, audio hide. There we are. And I'm gonna get rid of audio. This should work. And yeah, that's fine. Okay, just making things as simple as possible is what I'm trying to do. But the enable and disable, that's what I wanted to look at. That was the thing of just, if you need to do something for everything, but it works differently for separate things, having that function called for everyone makes it nice and easy. So when I'm called into a thing, if they happen to have children that have these, what is it, these guys here, it makes it easy to say, do it customly. I do like it. Saying that, if we go back into key listener, that's what I was talking about before with the ownership of things. It comes down to, I guess, how you structure a code. And I always think that's a fun conversation. What's not the best way? Maybe the most optimal. A lot of people say there's only one way to do it. But there's a lot of different ways and a lot of different reasons to do different things. And I always like having a conversation about it. Let's go back into concepts here. Now, who should be responsible for setting the visual latency? If I go back to here, not setting it, but I guess recording it's a better word for it. Let me go back down here and then here. We have here in our key listener. That's what this guy is. Let me go ahead and write this here. So we have, this is our minigame. Let me go ahead and write this here. This is the minigame, M-I-N-I-G-A-M-E. This is our minigame. This is our key listener. Key listener, E-Y. L-I-S-E-N-E-R. Key listener. That does not look like an N. 1 second. E-N-E-R. There we go. Just a smidge better. Now, should the key listener have this code in here? So for example, should the key listener have this structured number? Or should it just say, hey, player press this button at this time in the song? I think that might be a little bit better. So we could just do we could just have that key listener say and record and echo out when the player presses the button. So instead of saying, all right, if not minigame in note time spawn, just checking to see if the song's playing. If the song's playing, just check to see when the player has pressed the button. I think that's a lot easier than all of this because we're gonna have to do all of this eventually, but I think moving it into here makes it a little bit easier. So instead of delay, spawn, all of that, we can just say, hey, player press button, player typed, player typed, P-L-A-Y-E-R, player typed at this time, P-E-D. And then we have the time of the song. I think that makes it a little bit easier. Tim. We have the Tim. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's move it a little bit. I'm gonna put this on my left, this one goes on the right, and let's go back into Godot. And actually, the ads are about to run in a second. Oh no, that's the wrong button. So I'll let them run now, that way they don't interrupt us since we're about to get into things of coding and things of that nature. We'll let them do their thing now, and that way we won't be interrupted. And while that is doing that, I need to blow my nose. I'm still a smidge sick and my throat is still a little bit sore. So give me 1 second. I know I said this before, but I really like spray sanitizer. I think there's something so handy about it instead of the liquid version. I'm also a fan of the foamy sanitizer. I think that one's fun. Foam's always fun. Foamy soap is also nice. It depends, but I'm always usually more of a liquid fan. Speaking of liquids, let me have my Kool-Aid. And thank you, Lusk. Kool-Aid demolished. Now a little bit of water. Alrighty, I think we're good to go. Saying that, I definitely think, I don't know, I've always been told the rule of 3 when it comes to certain things. When we set the test, we do a lot of hiding and showing of different things, and this technically is the rule of 3, and a lot of people always want to argue about it. It's that thing of, or some people don't even follow the rule of 3, so if you have to do something 3 times, you make a function of it. That's the idea. Some people say if you do have to do something 2 times, then you make a function of it. I think 3 kind of works. 3 or any more than 3, you do something else, as usually you can make a function out of it. Sometimes not. I think it definitely depends. And rules are made to be broken. That's the spirit, Disco. That's the spirit. It is that thing of, while it's said you should do that thing, you don't have to. You really don't. And since this is a programming stream, and since we're waiting on the ad break, let me see if I can show you this really quickly. Let me see if I can find it. One second. Hold on. Where are we at? Look at here. I think you'll get a kick out of this. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I did. Let me save this here. Now, how many of you know about Undertale? Probably a lot, right? Undertale's very, very well known, especially for indie devs. It's one of those games that gets highly appraised, and for very good reason. Undertale is a lovely game. Look at this. Take a look at this. Toby Fox is a musician. He's always been a musician first. But he set out to make a game. And I think this just goes to show you don't have to make your game perfect. It does not have to be the most optimized of games in order to be a good game. You just have to have heart. So instead of in the game, there's these pellets, the friendliness pellets, and it's a sprite that has to rotate. So instead of rotating it in code, he just made the art of the pellet rotating and put that into the game. And I think there's just something so charming about the fact that it just reminds you, not everything has to be optimized and perfect. It can just exist. I find that really lovely. It's really silly though. Oh boy. I think it's nice. It gives you a chance to remember. You just have to set out to make a game. This idea of the rule of 3 and the everything else, and you should do it this way, your composition should be this way, your code should be optimized to perfection. You don't have to do it. You just has to be. And that's nice to remember. And hi Mnemonic. Welcome to stream. Welcome. And you remember this? Yeah. I found out about it a few days ago, and it got that loading wheel screen optimization. Yeah. Top tier. And also giant switch statements. If it works. Oh yeah. I forgot about the switch statements. If else. Oh no, that's Yandere Dev. Switch case. Oh boy. And Undertale might not be the greatest source of evidence that it worked. That might be the greatest source of evidence that if it works, it works. Yeah. And welcome back, Rudy. Welcome back. So saying that, literally, yeah. So Yandere Dev's a little bit different. But I don't want to go on another tangent. So we'll stick here. Oh boy. And they both do that. Oh yeah. I'm not surprised. And it literally kills your soul. Yeah. Oh boy. Saying that, what I wanted to do was to go into key listener, and instead of doing if not minigame in time, what I instead want to do is do something like utility dot player pressed key. Player pressed key. Oh, I already have that as a thing. Hold on. What do we have it as? Ooh, interesting. Where is this used in my code? Find. We use it in our minigame, and we use it in interesting. So maybe we can just put the number in here. And that's why profiling is important. If it slows down your code, then it's time to change it. Yeah, you're hosting your website with help of GitHub. Interesting. I know I save my, I save my versions of the game on GitHub because, what is the word I'm looking for? I forget. But making backups. Backups are very important. And you might go for now. I got no worries, Les. Thank you for coming and helping out. Wish you'll great stream. Gotta rest a bit more. No worries. If it's one thing I know, it's rest. So if we go to here, connect, get score. Okay. I think this can work. Our get score can maybe detect. You can see here, this is where we get the score of, yeah, if the list is empty, if the player tries to score and the notes are out of range. Yeah, okay, I think that works. So on text change, player press key emit. We will want it to do on text change player press key emit. Do we want to do that? It could, no, we can't really do it. This is in our user input of our game. So no, what we can do instead, and again, it's the thing of, might be a bit of a duplicate, but sometimes if it works, it works. That's the lovely thing about programming, is that you get to set the rules. You get to make the functions and set things up to be what they are, and I think that's nice. So instead of player press key, let's do player typed at timer, player press key at time. Utility, yeah, player pressed key at time. And then what we'll do is do minigame dot song position. And I think that works out a little bit better. So now, anytime the player presses the key, we say what time in the song it was pressed at. And then we'll go ahead and have this print out that instead. I think that works out a little bit better. So what we'll say is, player pressed, player, P-L-A-Y-E-R, player pressed key at, and then we can go ahead and put down the minigame note. And that is in string, so we're good. So now what we should see happen is it'll say the song position when the player presses that key. What we also need to do is add this to utility. We can go ahead and do up here. These are old signals. I'm slowly going through and deleting these and making them new. You can see up here the newer ones. So it's a work in progress for sure. We have customer signals now sorted, tutorial signals, enable spellcasting signals. What we'll do is do it in here in spellcasting. I think that's good. So signal, S-I-G-N-A-L, and we'll do player press key. And what we need to do is time. And you love this API with cats? I'm excited to see it, Rudy. I am indeed. Time, and then we'll do float. So we know that the signal will be a float of time, the time that is in the song. And that should work out. Now, when we try out our game, we should see at the bottom when I press the button, the time that the song started. And, I think what we should also note is, well, never mind. The song location should be fine because the song position is by default 0. So we should be good to go. And this should also be .emit. There we are. So now, I think I can even do an MQ listener itself. If I go ahead and click play, it should work out. Let's see. Oh, never mind. Key listener's all the way up in the corner. We need to go to our mini game screen. This is the one we need to click on. And if we do this, I can open up this guy here and you should be able to see it. So hold on, un momento. Let's see this here. There we are. So now when I click this button, it should say 0.0. Yeah, player pressed key at 0.0. So now we can tell when the player presses the key. And now what we have to do is compare this to the game data and we'll be able to record it. I think that will work out best. So, you said you linked to the site in Discord, hosting Discord. Ah, lovely. I'll see it. I'll try to see it after stream. Usually I take a nap, but after the nap, I'll give it a look, Reedy. Let's see. Player pressed key at. I think instead, key pressed at might be a little bit easier to read. Key pressed at. And then I think that it's smaller. Doesn't really matter too much, but I like doing these print instructions at the bottom because I think they're handy. I think they're helpful. Player pressed key at. Now, when we click the game, now the question is how it works when the game is running. For example, okay, that needs to be changed just a little bit. And this back and next. Okay, so right now in our calibration, we have our visual latency. This guy should be visible by default. I think that was the issue. Let's see if we can change this menu very quickly. When we click on ready, we do disable. On this disable, we do hide all. On our enable, we do audio. Visual. Does that change it? V-I-S-U-A-L. like that. You know, we're struggling with the API on necessities. It turned out that it is not possible because the necessity policies does not allow the API. I have no idea of the words that you're saying, Rudy. I'm not too good at API and HTML. That's not my strong suit, but I've been trying to get better at it. Alrighty, now let's do another test here. I'll go ahead and mute this guy. Calibration. Now it's visible, and when I click next, back. Okay, the buttons are working now. Isn't that lovely? It's gonna bother me that these aren't 100% aligned. So you know what? Just close your eyes. You know, this doesn't need to be a process that you don't have to. Well, it looks like it's aligned, but for some reason it's not aligned. Huh. Okay, I'm just gonna move this over just a smidge. Yeah, there you go. Save it. Now it's the other way. Hold on. You go here. Yes? Yes. Okay, that feels better. Now this isn't aligned. Terrible. Terrible I say, but this works for now. So, if I click this button, we have the key being pressed at. Now, I think we have to do a little bit of prerequisites here to say if the game is running and if the key pressed isn't 0, 0. And read so much documentation, you used to be a co-pilot to look for answers to the net, etc. You're going to have nightmares today. Oh yeah, research day is always painful. It is. And move it a bit to the left, or maybe the other left. Hey now, you know I'm not good at lefts and rights. Oh boy, and she's a phony. Oh boy, phony. What's the phony for, huh? What did I do? What made you say that? What have I done for this backlash? Key listener. So let's go ahead and make it so that if the game is running, if the mini game is running, so out of game screen, nope, we need the key listener. So we need our screen, nope. Where's our visual latency test? Nope. We need our key listener. It's not pulling up, so I'll go ahead and do our key listener here. Key listener. There we are. Okay. So what we can say is, and we'll also put this here, if minigame is running, and spell not 0.0, or position not 0.0, position BOSITON, position not 0.0, record key time. There we are. I think that works out a little bit better. And the day you get left and right correct, we'll know that you've been replaced. I've gotten it correctly a few times. The issue is I don't get it right all the time. That's the part I'm having a struggle with just a smidge. So instead, let's see, and what we can do is actually do utility dot and then current game state equal, and then we can do current game state, or yeah, utility dot game state dot, and now I've done calibrating, but I think spellcasting might be a little bit better. It depends. Game state spellcasting or calibrating. We'll just do both, just to be on the same side. Or, so if either of these are true. Now I believe I can do, I forget how, but there's a way to do it like this. Maybe it was the backslash? Yeah, there was. There's also this. No, the backslash was the thing. Or spellcasting, or it's going to be spellcasting, or what's it called? I forget. Oh no, I don't remember. Go left. Your other left. That's just a bit of trouble from time to time. Spellcasting or calibration. So if you're spellcasting or calibrating, and let's just wrap these guys because this needs to be true. And I think, yeah, and the minigame dot song position not equal to 0.0. Then go ahead and record it. And then we can go ahead and indent this guy. I'm wondering if I can just do this. I think so. I think that works because it's wrapped. Let's go ahead and click play. So now when I click the button, it shouldn't have it speak because the game's not currently playing. Yeah, there we are. So now we no longer get those prints at the bottom. And that is one long condition. There's 2 things you have to check for, and then one other thing. So it's 3 conditions. I don't do return just because there's this thing at the bottom, and we're going into this guy here. But I mean, yeah, you could definitely do this a little bit better. That's the thing again of plain code, but I think it's easy enough to read. If the minigame is running and position's not 0.0, record key time. That's all that's doing. It's checking for 3 different conditions. The conditions are very long. That's the issue. That's the pain. Yeah, it works. It works indeed. All right, calibration. So now, because the game has started, we can now see the key pressed. Alrighty. Okay, it's working out. Now, the sound isn't clacking for the keyboard clack sounds. There should be a clack sound that happens when you press the button. Let's see if we can fix that. The clack's just for me. And by the way, IDK, if anyone's typing on Twitch or not, but you can't see any messages. Oh, okay, you see them. Lovely, lovely. That's good. I'd be a little bit sad if it didn't work. After having to separate YouTube and Twitch chat long time ago because I couldn't get it working together. They didn't want to cooperate. The keyboard click should happen here, yeah. And then in the code here, visual latency test. We have our keyboard click. Yeah, so this is a latency test. And latency test is where all the things happen because both tests kind of work similarly enough where you start the game and then you're recording info. That's the test field. That's what that is here. So restart test if incomplete. What I'm looking for is the keyboard guy, our typing sound. When did we use this? Typing sound is null. Otherwise, if typing sound is null, oh, I see, okay. Player scored. What we need to do is do if typing sound equals null, play, or typing sound not play. Typing sound dot play. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Else, that way it just does, if it's not set up, that I know. That's another just debug. So typing sound not play. So now we should hear typing sounds when we press the button. So once the game starts, oh, wrong button. Once the game starts, we should hear the click clack when we do the key. You can see, hold on. There you go. Okay. Alrighty, so it's working in that sense. Now, the next thing we need to do is make it so that the game loops. Right now, it's broken in that aspect. Right now, slowly, right? Now, I've updated it so that it gives you about 10, but you can see, right now, spawn key is not happy. So, I'm thinking we can make the song say if it's loopable or not, and just go that way. I think that might be good to check if the map is loopable. That might be the best way to do it, we can say. But since it's working now, and things are running, I'm gonna go ahead and make a backup. Version control, that's the word I was thinking of from before. Version control is very important. You need to make sure you have backups of your game. Oh man, that has saved me more times now than I can count. Let me go ahead and open up the folder that should have been open, but that is not open for some reason. We have, yep, here. Let me go ahead and open up Visual Studio. And while that's opening up, let me get some water. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and add the change. Mid-save. 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 And oh, you always thought you were hearing your keyboards when you hear the clicks? No. That's not true. Nope. I added that to hopefully add a better feel of the game. Because, you know, you want to make sure you have that game juice, that tactile feel. So I added the keyboard click. I was able to find a sound that sounded like a keyboard click. And it randomizes, so it's not the same keyboard click every single time. It does it a little bit differently every time. If I click here, you can see randomizer, and it'll randomize the pitch a little bit so that it doesn't sound the same exactly every single time. That was the hope for the randomizer bit. Okay, well, saying all of that, now that we have this guy, next up we need to make the game loopable so that we don't run into the issue of the crash that we just had where it said error, blah, 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 blah. So in our minigame, I think this is the issue here where we got, I don't remember what the issue was. Let's find it exactly. I'll let the game run. So we can go back into calibration here, start the test. Now, when the test is also started, the main menu and next should be hidden, but that can be taken care of. I also don't like how it's doing it on its own. That's weird. Maybe something to note, but we can always modify it. We go and hide this guy. All right. Okay. I can say the audio kind of lines up, but visually it doesn't line up, which is interesting. Alrighty. It's in spawn key. Out of bounds, get index on base string. Interesting. Okay. Let me go ahead and end this guy here. New key, spawn key. That's the issue here. So, new key, set icon. Current spell, set icon. What is our... icon. Icon of the key. I got confused for a second. Oh, wow.
Pix_Stitch rated the stream with 56
hello,
views.
welcome. Welcome to stream, everyone. Hi.
234 is now following.
Pick Stitch, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Ah, the sprite resource.
Pix_Stitch is now following.
Lovely, hold on. Let me... there was a way to do it, right? There's a way to do a shout out. I want to do it.
Level_up_design is now following.
Shout out Pix. How do I do it? Hold on, let me do it. Pix, P-I-X.
Stars is now following.
Pix_STICH. Is that how you do it? STICH?
Trash
Did I do
Marble
it?
is now following.
The channel you're shouting out does not exist. Oh no. Let me try to do it really quickly. Pix Stitch. I really do appreciate the shout out though. Thank you. Flash shout out. If it doesn't work, we'll see. But I'm gonna try. Pix_STICH. What an interesting name. Thank you. And thank you for the raid. Alrighty to all of you who just joined, let me give you a lowdown. A lowdown on the rundown of what's going on at the moment. Let me bring you back into here. I am currently in the process of making a rhythm typing cafe game called Necrotype Cafe. And let me go ahead and click this guy here. It should bring us to here. It should. It does. Lovely. Let me go ahead and run it here. Now, I've been working on this game since last August. It's the second game I've ever made before. Let me make this guy here. Make sure the screen is big here. Let me make sure this guy is a little bit smaller here. There we go. Like so. And let me make sure I didn't miss any words. Okay, good. Lovely. And the sprite research. That's what I'm surprised about, the sprite research. But welcome everyone. Hi. I hope you've all been well. So, it is a game where you play as a necromancer. Her name is Gabriella, and she goes to this prestigious magic academy because her family wants her to get into the business of necromancy. She doesn't want to do that. She wants to become a baker, a chef. So she decides to find an abandoned part of the school, a classroom, and make her own cafe. And the idea behind the game is that you have to show your family, your parents, the teachers, all the doubters that you can become, you can do it. You don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can see here, this is the character on screen. A lot of this is still very prototypey, and howdy, hi. A lot of here you can see is very blank, but I did go a little crazy on the sprite. Down here is where you'll see your menu for your book. And looking great. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. It's been a thing in the making. This is the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in 24 hours. This was supposed to be a small game, but as you can tell by the last August, hasn't been very small. And love the sprites, thank you. I made them myself. So if I go ahead and flip the page here, we have a customer that appears. So we can go ahead and seat that customer. And we were collaborating with the sprites. I keep saying it wrong. I didn't know until recently. It's not the sprite resource, it's the spriter's resource. Oh boy, and talking about the site and history and journey, love to see this. I see, that's lovely to hear. I am excited for the website update. Oh man, I'll be excited, I truly will. We can take the order of the customer. You see the order's ready to be taken. These seats here align to where the seats are.
Is now following.
And, oh, hold on, let me move this up here. Thank you, Metakeet. It looks like kite. I don't know why it said keet. But thank you all the same. And, oh, hold on. You need to make a mobile version on your website. Gaia. And hi, welcome. So you can see here, these align to where the customer sits at. So I can go ahead and take their customer's order. And if we go to here, you can see it's a pink purple cup. And this is an atlas of all your flavors. As you go on in the game, you unlock different flavors. And the idea is that different wizards will have different flavors. So you'll have pyromancers that want spicy food, and you'll have cryomancers, so your ice mages, your ice wizards that want minty food, and different flavors will give you different songs and different tempos and different beats is the idea behind it. And as you go along, you'll also unlock different foods. Right now, there's only 2 default flavors and 2 default foods. So it's not fleshed out, it's just meant to be a proof of concept. So here, our customer wants a pink, purple, cup of drink, and that stands for sweet, bitter, hot cocoa. So we can go ahead and follow this guy here all the way downtown, and it'll bring us to the area where we'll be able to spellcast. And hi, Vetus. What an entrance. Welcome to stream. Oh boy. And while she has a loud keyboard, yeah, I can see how you can mistake that zero. So we can go ahead and be sweet, bitter, and then it was hot cocoa, right? So hot cocoa, and when I click generate, music starts. Now we have to type to the beat. So B, Y, space, T, H, E, space T, U, T, U, space, D, O, O, D, space W, H, E, and space, I, T, space, I, S space, M, Y, Space A. RM. It's not done though. Hold on. Hold on. S, comma, space, P, O space, S A, D E, space C, H, E, M. And how fun is that? I'm glad you think so. So we grabbed the food, right? And 10 minutes for him. Yeah, Betas, don't keep it up. I won't have that brain rotting around here. We do big brain. But you serve the customer their food, they'll go ahead and wipe their mouth. And that's the gist of the game. And this is cool. I'm glad you think so. So we can go ahead and have that customer walk out here. Now, there's other parts of the game, like right now we have a ghost. The ghost is supposed to do different things to the customers. It's supposed to spook them, change up the timers, change how the game works. That's getting updated soon, but the ghost kind of works the same. You serve the ghost different foods, and that's about the game loop. Saying that, what we can do is, let me go ahead and undo. Oh, redo. There we are. I can go ahead and mute this guy. If you'd like to check it out, the prototype is currently available on Itch. Let me grab that link. Here you go, to both YouTube and Twitch. There you go, and there you go. And that's adorable, you really want to play it now? Well, I'm glad you asked. Oh boy, and that makes your nerdy pixel art happy. I'm glad. I really want to get better at pixel art just for the sake of making this game really fun. I want to draw like fiery food for like, imagine for a cake and the flavor is spicy, imagine like a chocolate molten lava cake that's actually on fire. I feel like that could be really fun. So I really want to get good at pixel art just to describe different foods and different effects that happen depending on the art and things of that nature. I feel like that could be fun. Now, if you play this game, you will notice the calibration is off. And there should be some option to mute this. There we go. The calibration's a little wonky. And that brings us to today. The possibilities are, at least they truly are. That's the thing of, once you can do it, oh man, watch out. You can do it all. I'm excited for it. Right now, calibration isn't working. It is very bad. So I have scrapped the current calibration that is on the prototype on the website right now. So if the game doesn't work for you, or it's a little funny, you know why. I didn't know how hard it was to make rhythm games. Again, this is my second game. I wanted it to be small and not that hard to do. Little did I know, making a rhythm game is like making an RPG game. Painful. So saying that, over the weeks, over the months, I've had to learn how music works, make my own music, learn things and skills I didn't know about, but I've been having fun with it. So today, we're working on calibration. We are starting from the ground up and what makes calibration. I can go back here. Yeah, here really quickly, just so you can see. We earlier looked at some different rhythm, it won't let me pan. We earlier looked at some different rhythm games as just examples in terms of how they do their calibration. So we broke that down calibration-wise. We're gonna be starting with visual calibration. So that's the thing where you see it happen on screen and you have to press the button. That's why if we go back into this guy here, I'm moving you everywhere today. If I click play on here, now the music will be muted. The music will be muted for this guy here. Hold on. Where are we at? This guy here. There we are. The music's gonna be muted since it's visual. This is right now for testing. The idea is that you'll have the calibration recorded and buttons will press. And you should be proud of yourself. This looks awesome already. Thank you. I know, really think so. I'm really happy with how it's coming along. It has came along. Oh man. I can happily say I have learned a lot, if anything. I'm excited for when the game's actually working properly and I can start fleshing things out, adding different customers, adding different customer looks and changing up hairstyles and things like that. That's gonna be really fun. But right now it's just prototype, proof of concept. Proof of concept seems to work, just have to fix calibration. Once calibration is fixed, we can add a bit of game juice and then start to add all the special stuff and incredible stuff. Thank you. So saying that, what we were currently doing when the raid occurred, thank you once again. Oh, hold on. Stitch. It's so hard to say. What was happening when you all came in was that I was trying to figure out how to loop the audio so that the game continues and you think X is enough, X. Perhaps. The idea is that the player has to get okay 10 times, and you're so welcome, Pick Love. I truly do appreciate it. When I click start currently, the game does not like the idea of looping. I let it play out, the idea is that the player has to get an okay score in order for the calibration to count. So if you get misses, the game should continue to loop. This is just a calibration game. It's just space, and that's it. Space, and that's it. So eventually, it's gonna run out of notes, and then it's gonna be very angry. I think this is the last one. There we are. That's currently why it's crashing. And that is the thing we're at today. I was confused what this icon meant, but then I remembered. I remembered. If we go ahead and open up key, you can see in our key screen, that's the little guy that pops on screen. The idea is that this character here, this guy here is the key letter character. So as the game goes on and as you're typing out things, oh, you know what I didn't mention either? It's supposed to be poems of making food and the squid. Oh boy. So this space icon, something to do with the space icon it's not happy about. It said new key dot set icon. Okay, spawn key. I need to get a screenshot of what it says at the bottom here. That would have been a great idea, wouldn't it? Let me go ahead and let it run again.
Is now following.
Oh, hold on. Thank you. Oh, that's a lot of X's. Niku? Is that how you say it? You can tell me how close I got, but thank you for the follow. So I'm gonna have this run, I'm gonna let this mute, and then take a screenshot of the error. That's very important. We'll let that run. I'll go ahead and have some water. Water acquired, we're all good. And eventually, about 21, it seems to be the length of the song. That's good to note. I'm glad I have that number on there. Okay, 22. All right, don't get crazy now. It says out of bounds, get index. Okay, got ya. I'm gonna go ahead and end this now. I think we should be good. Yeah, okay. So it's saying out of bounds, get index at 10. Let me make sure I pasted that guy here. Where are we at? And, oh!
Lizard is now following.
What an interesting name. Lizard. Or maybe red. It said red, but thank you for the follow. Welcome. Out of bounds, get index 10 on base string. I completely understand what it's saying. 100%. It says 10. Set icon. Current spell, all verse, current index. So I'm guessing in our all verses, the index just doesn't exist. Possibly? In our spawn key, let's print current index. See what happens. Print current index. I want to print current index. And I also want to print the size of the song. Yeah, the spell song size. So when we load up the song, which is in our map loader, or map parser, once calibration has been parsed, I want to do calibration map dot, and then I want to do is initiated BPM player playback notes dot size, and this should give us the size of our index -1, I believe, is how that guy works. So I want to see if this is the case. Print. There we go. Okay. So it should print the note size. I believe it's at about 10 or 11 or 8. I wasn't too specific on it. That could always be modified. This was just a test. But if we look down here, 19. I was really far off. All right, then. Okay, let's run the calibration again. See what numbers print out. All right. Okay. So 0, 1, 2. Well, 2. There we are. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Let me grab you here. Capture PNG. I'm not sure what that is. All right. This is going to go on for a second. Let me grab you. Good work. Let's see that window there. There we are. Oh, there we go. More and more errors. Isn't that lovely to see? Let me go ahead and make this smaller and make it even smaller. Okay. Let's go back to here in our output. It only gets to 10. Ah. Interesting. I was expecting it to get to 20 because of the error feel, but it got to 10. And then after 10, it said index not possible. So notes dot size. Okay. All right. You know what? Okay, Godot. I understand. Not really, but I'm going to act like I do. Let's see how things go. Out of bounds on base string. Okay. Walk us through a little bit more on what's going on, Godot. We have our spawn key. And in our spawn key, yep, new key dot set icon. So something's going wrong in our spawn key. New key instantiate, add child, print current index. Okay, okay. Hi, Simbo. welcome back to stream. What I'll do is I'll grab that index and we're gonna go one ahead. We're gonna check the key amount. So yeah, okay. What we'll do instead, because something's happening when we're spawning the key that's making it angry. And the key actually is, oh no, we're up here. Spawn key, okay. So if past notes, what we need to do is print current index, and we also need to print past notes. Print past notes. Okay, noted. Notes like that. And do they delete themselves? No. So I have a history in game design, game dev. I did go to college for it for about 2 to 3 years, then I dropped out. One of the things I learned, and it's a thing of, I didn't learn a lot, but I did learn some things. And one thing that I took away, the most important thing, is to know who is responsible for who. For example, when you spawn them, they can't spawn themselves. Something else has to spawn them since they don't exist. So whatever spawned them should delete them. It's things like that are usually that thing of, when I'm spawned, I'm also deleted by the same thing. In this case, this spellcast minigame is responsible for spawning and deleting them. They don't get spawned by something else and then delete themselves. It's all in this script, so I don't have to go soul searching. I think that makes it a little bit handy. So print past notes. Past notes. Hold on. Past note. There we are. Note. Huh? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Why is this past noted? Fine. Is it always past noted? Well then, let me just Control Shift, Control F, Control R. This should be past notes. There we are. Much better. Replace all. Much better. And oh, that is a name. Junker Junkson. That's my guess. And hey, how far is this project? Is there a video demo? I'm glad you asked. I believe I can do, or hold on. This project has been coming along for since last August, so a good few months. You can play the prototype here. There you go. And right now, it's just a prototype. I'm trying to get the proof of concept down to make sure it's fun. It is fun. People are having fun with it. And right now, the customers work, the spellcasting works, calibration has to work. We have to update the ghosts and update how they work. And then from there, the game itself is just about done. I do plan to, and it's again that thing of scope. You want to make sure your game isn't too big of a scope, but I'd love to do some sort of, because there's payment in this game. But the thing is, because this is a prestigious academy, all the students are rich. So they don't pay in money, they pay in knowledge. They give you spell parchments, and that's how you get the extra flavors, is the cryo mages will give you papers from their textbooks, their study notes, and that's how you can upgrade and learn different spells. The idea is that as you go along, you'll be able to buy new upgrades. And I'm thinking, or this is definitely something I want to have, but I want to have a skeleton butler. A skeleton butler to serve and wait tables while you're back in the back doing some spell casting and magic stuff. And that's one thing I want to do, but that's not a requirement for the game to be done. So that comes once the core concept of the game is complete. Gotta have priorities, and then we can go crazy. But for now, we have to stay sane. So saying that, our past notes, we're recording our past notes. I'm gonna go ahead and print, and actually, well, this is a quick print, so it's fine to do it this way. Yeah. Curse index. So what I'm gonna do is current index, and then print, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do string because I believe index is a number. So string current index, and I'll go ahead and do you. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do print past notes. So past notes, N-O-T-E-S, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do this, plus, and then gonna go do string, that button, and then the other button there, like that. Save. Now let's see what data we get. I'm oh so curious. Doesn't need to go before spawn notes. Maybe? I'll go ahead and do it
Aiden
this way.
Holmes subscribed on YouTube.
Oh, thank you. Aiden Holmes. Or is it Home or Holmes? Hold on. 1 second. I want to make sure I say the name properly. Where are we at? It's this screen. It is, wrong button here. And while that's going, while I'm figuring out the name, I can go ahead and click play. Stream Elements sometimes takes forever to load it. It's a little wonky sometimes. Aiden Holmes, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Alrighty, so 19 should be the number of notes, right? That's the number we're looking for. And hi, Devil R! welcome back. Welcome back. I haven't seen your name in a second. Well, welcome all the same. Welcome back from downtown. And how's your day? Earlier we had some complications with lag, but it's all good now. Everything is a-okay, which is always nice to hear. Alrighty, here we go. Index 1, past notes. Huh? Past notes never goes up. Index goes up. Index gets to about 10, I believe, and then gives up. What are past notes? Is it just old code, or... I'm a little confused. But, this is why we do the prints, the print states. The prints always help. When in doubt, put print. Print it out. Alrighty, spellcasting minigame. Where are we using our thing at? This is our out-of-game screen. We don't need that. We need this guy. Our past notes. When do we use past notes? If I go back here, current index. And hi, IT Portfolio. Welcome back. Yo, Eris, I was asking me how cost your Dorkin website? Huh? Could you elaborate a little bit? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm a little confused on that one. But okay, past notes. If list is empty and past notes equals current spell points. Okay. Past notes. We never increase the past notes. Aha! Why didn't you know it? Okay. So past notes. When we pop the front key, or when we spawn a key, that's when the past notes should happen. Okay. Past notes. Spawn key, past notes, or past notes plus equal to 1. Okay. And the game should end. Yeah, if list is empty and past notes equal current spell points. Okay. End game. The issue is the index doesn't go up. Let's see. Let's just test this. Test this guy. See how it goes. What is it gonna say? I'm gonna go ahead and mute this guy now, just so I can mute it from here to make sure I don't have to do it every single time. I'm gonna go ahead and hide that guy here. Alrighty. Calibration. Start. Restart your engines. Let me go ahead and hide that guy here. Alright. The past notes should increase, but my thing is, how much does it cost? It is $25 a month. Portfolio. $25 a month, which is why I said it's a big thanks to my Patreon members that I'm able to have the website up, because it's around that number, and then I can spot the difference, which is nice. The past notes is 9, index is 7. Okay, so interesting to note. Go back down here. It didn't crash, right? But it's now the music should still be playing, I think. Okay, hold on. Do it again. Do it again. do the thing again. I want to make sure I'm paying attention now. That's weird. Just by adding the past notes, it did its different thing. And okay. And 20 a month, it's not a year. I'm able to switch it to a year soon. I'll be able to once I save up enough. Yeah, a year is definitely gonna happen very soon. It'll be easier to swap over. So past notes 7. I think it's a 9, right? 8. Yeah, 9. Okay. Interesting. Note dot size. Did we do note dot size? The thing is, for a year's worth is $200. Hence why I have to save a little bit, as the 25 is definitely a lot more manageable. And give me 1 second. Let me blow my nose. I'm still a little sick. I'm telling you, liquid spray is the best thing since sliced bread. Liquid sanitizer. Okay, so now that we're doing past notes, it's working. I'm just wondering about this index. The past notes, if list is empty and past notes equals current spell dot points. Okay, I don't think we need past notes. If I'm honest, past notes have not been doing anything. I think it's old code. This is where refactoring is a nice thing. But for now, let's just have it do its thing here, and let's go ahead and delete pass notes. Pass notes right now isn't important. Right now, we just have a current index. The index is the notes. So if list is empty and pass notes, yeah, I'm just gonna. I don't need you right now. Your job requirements are done. You're fired. Fired. Okay. Pass notes. Never mind. Never mind. I stand corrected. Pass notes is important. If pass notes is less than current notes, spawn the key. Spawn. Okay. Okay. Pass notes. So my apologies. Perhaps I judged you a little bit too harshly. Pass notes is important. If pass notes is less than spell points, spawn the key. Now, our spell points, if we go back to here and go to our map parser, you can see here, our notes.size, it should also tell us our spell points. Now, our spell points are, and if we go back here, spell points I believe should be 10. I think that's the thing. Yeah, okay. Notes is different. If we go back into concepts really quickly, I can explain what I mean. Go back into here, okay. So in my game, there's two different things, and that's where I was getting confused. This is where the documentation would come very handy. We have notes. Oh, hold on. Oh, undo. Yep, it didn't mess up anything over there. All right, we have pass notes, and I was wondering what it was, but it makes sense now. P-A-S-S-E-D. We have pass notes. Wait, pass notes. N-O-T-E-S. And then we have our character. And I believe, or I forget what I called it, so let me grab that guy, and let me also close this tab. I have way too many tabs open. Now, too much tabs, not enough space. That's what 3 monitors are good for, but even then, I struggle. Let's see. Calibration map notes? Yeah, okay. And then in our spellcasting minigame, we have spell points. Okay, good, okay. So we have we have pass notes, and then spell points. S-P-E-L-L-E-O-I-N-T-S. E-S. Okay. The idea behind the game is that the notes would be the note index. We have a list of notes, and that is your map. So I'll just put this here. We have a map, and it has an array of notes. I'll put that, we'll just say array, A-R-R-A-Y. Just imagine it this way. It's an array of notes. I think I call them keys, and again, that was the old wording. I've got new wording now, but for right now, just think of them as notes. N-O-T-E-S. Notes. And the idea is that they're depending on the song position, so depending on the song time, those notes spawn. The notes spawn at different times, and that's where the pass notes comes into play. Then you have your spell points. Now, your spell points are different. Each spell has a different amount of points, and points are your character keys. If I go into here, I can show you really quickly. As I said before, a lot of this is prototype, so a lot of these are placeholders. I took some Dr. Seuss and some other poems for the the current poems of our spells. So if I go back into here, and I bring you into our song, where are we at? It should be spell list. I believe I called it spell list. Yep, spell list. We have some spells, and the idea is that each of these is a point. You can see here, 'twas a brilling, the slithy, did Grier in thee. I just went and chopped up some places. Beware thee, Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite the claws. A very old speech. These will be changed, but for right now, you get beware the jub. The frumptuous. A lot of these aren't real words, and that also adds to the difficulty of the game at the moment. Because you have muscle memory of typing certain words. But if you do, the frumptuous, who's ever typed this word? I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm certain Bandersnatch is not. So it's that thing of, you know what? Huh. You don't say. That's why it's difficult at the moment, but it could be fun. I know a lot of people also didn't like commas, spaces were okay, periods were okay, but it's that thing of, how far do we want to go with typing? Do we want to add some minuses in there? Do we want to add a tilde for certain characters? But that's a thing that can be done later. Exclamation marks, for example. It's fun things to consider. So, spell list close. The idea is that if we go to here, spell, S-P-E-L-L, spell, here we are, spell. We have here, points. And in our points, set points, There we are. So points equal all verse dot lengths. This points really is how long the spell is. Now, if we go back into here, and we go into where are we at? In here, concepts. Okay, so the idea behind my game was that the music is supposed to be loopable. That's why these guys are different. There is no, in a lot of rhythm games, there is a certain, or, how do I best describe it? In rhythm games, usually, right? The map of the rhythm game lasts like 2 minutes and 2 minutes and a half, and it's specific for that song. In my game, that's not the case. We have a song, we have where notes should go, and then the spell points, or the spell characters decide what keys go on the notes. So for example, this will say, all right, we have a note here, we have a note here, and here. And then spell points will fill out those notes and say, all right, a J goes here, an M goes here, a K goes here. That's how the system works. And the idea is that the game will loop, and it won't matter how long the spell is. The game will do the music no matter the length. So the looping would happen on spell points. That's the thing. That's the thing I didn't realize it. My nose isn't good. Oh boy, give me 1 second. All right, we're all good. Where did the sanitizer go? I feel like it's been evaporating. I feel like I haven't used as much as I have, but I need to order some more. So the idea behind it is the song will loop for however long the spell needs to. And I wanted to make it flexible because maybe I have a spell that is 20 in length, right? Or maybe I have a spell that is, hi, DC Artful Studio, welcome back. Greetings, Purple Princess. Thank you for the title. Welcome back. We have 20 character length, right? And then the spell might be maybe 10. It varies. And because it varies, the idea is that I wanted it to be able to randomly map onto things. So no matter the length of the spell, the song will go until the spell has ended. So since that's the case, yeah, okay. So looking back at the code, that should be a little bit easier to decipher. If we go back into our programming here, and we go back into our minigame here, the minigame ends. This is the conditions for the minigame ending. If list is empty and past notes equals current spell points, end the game. That's the only way the game will end. Our game isn't ending. And why is that? Our past notes isn't getting increased. And because our past notes will never equal our current spell points, that's why. Okay. So when we start the minigame, I want to get some data. I want to get the current spell points and see what that gives us. Yeah, okay. I want to start the minigame and see. So on start minigame. Yeah, okay. Print, hold on. In-game, true. Print current spell points. And I'll go ahead and also do here, ETS, and then here, plus STR, do that, and do this. Where are we getting our points at? This might have to be modified just a smidge. I found maybe a bug that I didn't even know existed. So if we go ahead into calibration and you cannot see, hold on. Well, you don't really need to. I just need to click start. 10 points. And because there are 10 points, so 10 points, but 19 notes. That's the reason why it's angry. The idea is that as the points go on, it's supposed to equal out, and that's why the game stops. So if we go back to our map parser here, where are we at? Okay. And no, not parser. We need to go into our minigame here. So we keep track of the index. Okay, good. I get it now. So our past notes will get increased every time we spawn a key. That makes sense. So we can go back here to our, where are we at? Spawn key, here. So every time the key spawns, we add an additional note. So the note has passed. And now, if we go ahead and I mute this guy for a quick second, go ahead and click play on here, right? And we go into this guy here, here. Okay. And then if I go ahead and just, so you can see, up here, this guy, this big guy on screen. Gonna go ahead and start the test. Again, we have 19 notes in the song, but 10 letters, 10 characters, 10 spaces that happen. So if I click play, please. All right, so yeah, index in past notes. So what I'm thinking is, the index tries to update past the past notes, but there's no note that exists. So it tries to go for, I think, what's the number I'm thinking of? It maybe tries to go for, and I'm curious to see, yeah. It goes for 9. Yeah, okay. We also need to print a thing to say the game is over. That's also important to do. So I'll go ahead and say here, utility dot print, and just to double check to make sure, game has ended. And then we can go ahead and do utility dot color, debug color, and then I can do pass. Okay, just to quickly check, I think that's why it stopped. The game stopped, music stopped, so let's see. Calibration back again, start this test back up. I think that's why, and I think that's why we're not getting the crash anymore. It's because we don't go past the past notes. Let's see. Oh, yep. And in normal circumstances, we want this to be the case because we don't need the song to loop. So maybe instead of the song looping, we just start the song again. That could be it. So past notes. Yeah, the game did end. That is the reason why it stopped, which is a-okay. I don't think technically we have to do too much. The song itself being 19, it won't be seamless. We can definitely make it more seamless. But the good news is we figured out why the past notes and everything was not too happy with us. So that's great news. So past notes does exist for a reason. A very important reason, it seems. I can go ahead back down here. So instead, what we can say is, and end game has ended. What we can do, and I think I have this in latency test, yeah. On game end, I think down here, restart test if incomplete. I think down here, start spellcasting minigame. So we need to see how to get into this. So restart test if incomplete. And we have on here, game over. So utility dot game over. And if we go back into our, where we at, minigame screen, you can see here, in our end game, when we click it, utility dot casting finished. What we need to do instead of our game over is do casting finish for a latency test. So instead of utility dot game over, utility dot casting finished. And then, let's see. Let me double check about the casting finished. So if we quickly go check this guy here, I just want to see, is there anything in the utility dot casting finished? No, okay. We'll go ahead and yoink that guy. Since the current system does work, and it's that thing of we can always fix it, refactor the system if need be. And did I just take this guy here from his home? I did. I did. I yoinked him. Oh no. Oh no, we're good. No, you can definitely be yoinked. And you can be moved up here. Customer signals, ghost signals. I'm trying to slowly go through each of these signals and make sure they're needed or they're not needed. But casting finished. So now that casting's finished, because we failed the test should loop again. So if we go back into our latency test, what we can say is start here, this here, if not in session, if current streak. And now what we can do is say print, or utility.print, get a little fancy with the text. Utility.print, print, and print debug. And then I can say test incomplete, incomplete, restarting. restarting. And then we can do utility.warning color, utility.debug, debug color, and then yellow, or warning. There we are, okay. So now, and I also need to get rid of these prints. This is why I do the utility, I set up a different print system so that I know, because my prints often get very lost, it seems to be the case of. So quickly, let's double check to see if we can clean up these prints. I believe I have one here in the map parser. Let's double check that guy to make sure the print, yep, that print is there. We also have one in terms of points. If we go into, close this guy here, we go into our mini game here. Let's double check our prints. Yep, index here. Now our PTS, our points. Where are our points at? I believe I have it in start. Yep, okay. All right, now if I click play, let's see. Nothing should print down here except what we need to print. Yep, okay. Now, let me go ahead and move this guy here. Oh, don't need to move that guy. Move this guy about, let's see. I can maybe make it a little smaller. A smidge smaller on the screen. Doesn't need to be too big. Like here. There we are. Okay. Now, let's see how it works. Calibration, start. Okay? Here's the moment of truth, and I'm realizing this is double audio, so let me go ahead and mute this. Okay? It should restart. So this is 3, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Game has ended. Debug. Alrighty, what does it say? Error calling casting finished. Method expected 2 arguments was called. Okay. Spell casting minigame, casting finished. Huh. Okay. That's weird. Endgame. Okay, hold on. Let's do this guy here. This guy here. Something else is broken. It feels like this code. Something happened. It was working before, but now it's not. Okay. Endgame. Call endgame. Casting finished required or thought it wanted 2 callables. Are there 2 casting finishes on here? No, it's not. Casting finished. Emit. Yep. Is it the fact that my in my latency test I have? Yep. Hold on. Maybe this will work? Let's try again. See if that was the issue. Because there should only be 0. Casting finish shouldn't do more than those. Okay. Let's give it another go. Take 354. Start. Alright. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Game has ended. Final result. No restart. Now we're not getting that bug, which is nice. Alrighty, that's progress. We're not getting an error. That's some great news to hear. Let me go ahead and hide you here. So game has ended. And now we need to go here. So if not in session. If not in session. Maybe that's it. If current streak, hold on. If not in session. Pre-roll ads are on. Oh no. Hold on, we have to take a quick ad break apparently. Give me 1 second. I'm unfortunately almost out of Kool-Aid. What a terrible day. Usually I have coffee while coding, but I can't at the moment. I don't have any sugar. And I do drink black coffee, but I've been transitioning out of black coffee again. Sometimes I go for like a few months on black coffee just so I don't get too comfortable with really sweet coffee. And then I slowly add the sugar back in. But right now I'm in a sweet mode. And I don't have any. It's a shame. And my nose is a little funny again, so let me pull my nose while we're on break. We're all good to go. Oh, sanitizer almost dropped, but we're all good. Oh, but I'm out of sanitizer now. Oh no. Panic mode. Alrighty. Restart test if incomplete. Okay. If not in session, I'm wondering if this is why it's not doing it. But we'll see. We can go ahead and test while we're waiting. If not in session, I can go ahead and have this on the screen when we come back from the break. I'll go ahead and have this play while we give it a good old wait time. Nope. Gotta clear my throat. Okay, I live. We're all good to go now. So, number 10 should... Yep, okay, breakpoint. So, are we in session? Let's see, if not in session. Now, I'm doing the in session to check for the certain test. The idea is that the visual latency and the audio latency are both latency tests, so it needs to check if it's currently the session, the right session. So if we go back into here, in session on, so it should be in session. So that should be true. So we shouldn't get a painful in that sense. So if current test is greater than streak max, greater than or equal to. So we'll see how this goes. So do like 20 seconds left. Let me get a little bit more water. We are all good to go, lovely. And the ads are just about done, like a few more seconds in slow motion. And we should be back. Welcome back from the ads. Alrighty. So, in session is true. So this should continue. Step into, now if current streak is 0. Yep. And streak max is 0. We should set our streak max when we enter the game. Our streak max is 0 here. Control find, streak max. Yeah. Spell manager calibration spell points. Huh. Our streak max is 0. Okay. Hold on. Set up. Print streak max. During setup, print the streak max. See what we get. I'll go ahead and click play. Let's see what we get. And calibration. Start. Ooh, we don't do setup, I don't think. When does setup get called? Set some values that will be used during test. Copy. Fine. Setup is called spell manager loaded. Setup. Spell manager loaded. Spell manager, you've been loaded. You set up. Spell manager loaded, emit. Okay. Play. Okay, spell manager has been loaded. Emit. Okay. Then if we go back to our spellcasting minigame here, and we do latency. It would be latency test. Spell manager loaded .connect set up. So in our setup function, let's see. I'm not sure why it's not deciding to do that. Oh, here we go. Spell manager loaded .emit. Oh, nope, that's not the one we want. We want just the basic spell manager. Let's give it a look, give it a go. Alrighty, calibration. Huh, is that just a thing where the spell manager loaded doesn't work? So I guess what we can do instead is do, once where are we at? Instead of spell manager loaded, maybe what we can instead do is in our main menu. In our main menu screen, when that loads up, so our out of game screen scene, possibly this guy here, on ready, what we can do is say, hey, emit the spell manager. Let's try that, see if that works. So, okay. So spell manager loaded .emit. And then this guy here in our latency test is supposed to take that guy and go into our function and then set it up and print. So print streak max. Streak max. What do we get? Play. Now it should print, hopefully. 10! Okay, it's working though. Lovely. So now the game should restart because we have not reached that streak max. So let's see if that works. Calibration. Click on start. Go ahead and meet this guy.
Not so tall Sam subscribed on
Not
YouTube.
so tall Sam. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome. Welcome to stream on YouTube and Twitch and all the things. So now it should restart. I don't know what number we're at. I wasn't counting. But we'll see. So button. What? Don't you just love bugs? You have to admit the sound's pretty satisfying. But I'm not sure why it's doing that. Very odd behavior, I can say that. Very weird. The game has ended. Test incomplete. Test incomplete, restarting. All right, and once it restarts, we do start spellcasting minigame. Reset. On a reset, we reset our past notes. We reset our current index. We go ahead and stop the music, clear the music, list pop front call deferred keyed free. And you stop by just in time for a satisfying crunch. Hi, Oxidized. Welcome back. Yep, oh yeah. The game is not resetting properly. It is not doing the thing. List.pop. Print list.size. Print note.size. Let's see what's in these guys. Something is not going correctly. The crunch is satisfying. It is. You could say that at least. So it's 0, which is good. We want 0 again to happen. So I think this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 0 again. Crunch. I'm telling you, it's at least satisfying, right? Now, why does it do this? Notes.clear. Print. Okay. So we know this isn't the issue. The reset is properly happening, but for some reason the keys are being smushed together despite the time. So something's happening with the start spellcast minigame on music player finished. Music player.play. On music player finished. Notes.append array. Yeah. Okay. Music player.finished. That's an interesting one, because if the music resets, we just keep looping with the music. So do we want to do it every 10, or this might have to be modified? So instead of the minigame restarting, we can do it a little bit differently. I think that might be the case we have to do. So instead, what we can do is, instead of this guy here, restart test if incomplete. Check if test completed. Check. Oh, hold on. Check. Oh, CHECK. Check if test complete. And it returns a bool, I'm thinking, right? Maybe it's some sort of bool. And if it's complete, it returns true. It returns true here. Return true, and then return true. And my nose, it's very bad today. Hold on. I'm struggling to breathe properly. Let's see. Check if test complete, I'm thinking. And then return true. And then we do, instead of restarting, we say test incomplete, continuing. And this will return false, maybe? Test incomplete, continuing. And then what we can have happen is possibly to append the song or cancel the song and then restart it. There's a few things I'm wondering, I'm thinking. I kind of wonder, maybe we can just cancel the song then start the song? Is that possible? Does that work? Cancel spellcasting. So instead, hold on, I'm curious to see if this works. Cancel spellcasting, test, test incomplete, check, yep, restart test if incomplete, print street max, yep. What if we do this? Just cancel spellcasting a bit and then restart it. What happens then? Do we get the crunch? I mean, again, I'm not too disappointed about the crunch, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, crunch. I see. Alrighty then. I tried. Let me get some more Kool-Aid. I'm almost out. I've got like a sip left. crunch should come back as a feature at some time at least. I do like the crunch. Maybe there's like a spam mechanic where you have a spam meter and then you can just da-da-da-da-da-da. That could be fun. I can see it being the case. So, test incomplete. I'm just wondering why the game decides to... Okay. Start spellcasting minigame. Or... Okay. Notes, append array. Start map parser. The crunch sounds a tad like bones. Oh, brutal. Makes sense, though. And perhaps the sound effect for the done and only skeleton butler. I mean, I'm happy to add a crunch. I think it's a silly feature. You know what? Hold on. Let's go back to Obsidian. And on this handy-dandy idea board here, let me just drag it here. Crunch! C-R-O-N-C-H. Crunch. When keyboard gets a little quirky at night. There we go. I'm sure that shall remind me. Oh, we also need to add sounds like bones. Sounds like bones cracking. Bones. Let's keep it. It's perfect. Alrighty. Where were we? Oh boy. The crunch sounds a tad like bones. Perhaps a sound effect for the done on one skeleton bowler. I see. Okay, one. Got ya. Got ya. Oh boy. Alrighty. Okay. Saying that. Okay. So on our spellcasting start, print out the notes. Print notes. Or rather, spell. Spell, yeah, okay. I don't know if we have this in spell. Yeah, set points, skip before, get points. So, again, these guys don't have a time. There's no time set to when they should spawn. So, we shouldn't even be looking at spell. We should be looking at key times. So it should be really, instead, what should be the case is it should be, where are we at? It should be something to do with the map, the current map, the map parser, dot current map, dot print, or dot notes. And this should give us an array of the notes. So we can kind of see a little bit clearer what timing is happening. The first one should be easy to see. Remember, there's only 10, or not 10 notes. There's 19, I believe. So let's see. Go ahead and meet this guy here. Go ahead and show the screen again for this guy here. Let's see. Oh, hold on. There we are. Okay. Calibration. When I click start, we should see tons of notes at the bottom. So I'll go ahead and reveal this guy so you can... Oh, wrong thing. Hold on. Hide you. Show you. There we are. That guy can get deleted. Alrighty. So I can go ahead and click start here. And you can see all of the notes, right? So for some reason, the notes are getting spammed. So what I'm expecting to see when the game restarts is to see like 5, 5.1, 5.2, 5.8, 5.3. Something like that is what I'm expecting to see when this restarts. Let's see if that is what's going on. If the guess is correct, it should restart in a second. So about one more. Huh. Crunch. So, the good news is now we know that's not the case, that this guy is performing correctly. It is giving the right input. So what's wrong with the spawn time? Something's off with the key spawn timer itself. Something's not getting reset there. Let's go back into here. So if it's not a spellcasting minigame issue, then that would lead me to believe it is where are we at? Spawn timer up here. Something to do with next note, notes, bar note, spawn key. I'm just curious to see. Print, spawned note. I'll just hide this for now. Print, spawned. Yeah, okay. Spawned. Does it span out the spamming? Spamming. Spawn. There we go. Print, spawn. Here we go. Okay. Are we gonna get a spam of spawn text? That's what I'm curious to see. We can go ahead and mute this guy here. Click on calibration, start. So we should see 10 spawns. Every time it spawns, spawn, spawn, spawn. Okay, 3 spawned. Spawn. Okay, spawn. So far, so good. Spawn. 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 Crunch. Okay. All right. So something is happening here. Something to do with past notes and current spell points. So what we'll do is we will print... Okay. So for some reason, I think it's the case of maybe past notes is not getting reset and current spell points is not getting reset. So maybe when we reset the spell casting when the minigame gets reset, our past spell points, our notes should be clear. So what are we comparing? Past notes equals 0. Okay. So it's something to do with here. Song position, next note. So print next note. We really have to go through this bit by bit, don't we? Print next note. Okay. Let's see. A lot of crunching today. I can at least be happy that it's a nice sound. It's very satisfying. Alrighty. So, next note is at 2.5, 4.5, 6.5. You can see the number up here for the note time. That's what that is. 10, 12, that's when it gets spawned. 14.5, that's when that one should get spawned. 16.5, 18.5. All right, 19.5, 20, 22. Okay. Now, out of bounds. Again. Interesting. On key. New key out of bounds. Is it because of this guy I put up here? The next note key? It's interesting we ran into that bug again, isn't it? Let me go ahead and click this guy here. Alrighty, game. On notes. On next notes, list of pen keys. It's out of bounds again. So it's not able to grab the next note in the note set. For example, we have 10 of them up here. And on that 10th one, it doesn't see an 11th. And then it gets angry. It gets very mad. So... let me also double check this well. Check as well. Just, are we gonna get an issue or is it gonna crash if I just cover that print? I am curious. Let me go ahead and do that for a second just so there's no double music on here. Let it do its thing in terms of spawning. Oh, did it? Did I let it do its thing? Print next note. Yeah, I think I did. We'll see. We'll see. It's about at 22. 21, 22, okay. Okay. So, the thing is, it shouldn't do that. If the, okay. If the past notes equals current spell points, maybe if list is empty and past notes is greater than or equal to current spell points, try that because the game should end. We shouldn't go past the note amount. Why it does that, I'm not too sure. We fixed the bug, ran into a bug. 'Tis the world of game dev. 'Tis the life. Alright, let's try again, see what we get. I'm wondering if that greater than is gonna make a difference. I'm not too sure, but we'll see. On. Okay, spawn. Alright. Spawn, we're almost at the 22 mark. 19. 22. This is the last one. Okay. Current index. That index is not happy with us. So on a spawn key, increase index. So I think instead of past notes. Current index. Is there any way we can do current index instead? I think that might be a little bit easier. Current index. Index gets set to 0, I believe. When we restart the music. Like, yeah. On music player finished, index. So maybe that past notes can just be index, possibly. Current index, +1. There we are. Okay, let's see. Let's give that a go. I'm taking the current index +1 because if the index is 0, then it needs to be set to 1. 2, for example, for the past notes. I'm wondering if that will help at all in the... I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. Let's see. While I'm waiting, let me get some water. Okay, okay. Spawn, spawn, spawn. Alright, spawn. 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 In the moment of truth here. Okay. Interesting. List.append a new key, current index +1. Okay. Next question. If we make this not +1, what happens? What do? I'm curious. Just for scientific matters. What happens? Alright. Peace. And now I'm also wondering, maybe what we should do is not even do, what is it? Maybe we should just have one singular key play instead, and then do it that way, and then just have the note play really close for that. Yeah, okay. Crazy idea here, I know, but, and this could just be me thinking of a hack and slash way, but what if we do, maybe move this down here, move this down here, maybe instead of it being 10 notes, maybe the song is one key. And then we reset the latency every time, depending on how far or close. So it's one note, or one point in the song, PT, one point, one note. How about that? One note. N-O-T-E. One note. And if it's 1 point, one note, then we don't have to worry about indexes. We're only working on the first one. Always the first one. And then each time it finishes, we update the latency and update the progress. If the latency isn't the one we want, we again go with the next one. I think that might work a little bit better than trying to go through 10, restart. I think making it simpler, simplemizing. I was supposed to say simplemizing. Okay. I think that works a little bit better. Let's go into the music program. I think I can do, where are we at? Music score. Really quickly just modify this guy. Oh, and I can show you, that's what I was talking about earlier. I was saying how I've been getting help and lessons with music. I can show you the most recent thing I finished, the most recent song I've created, and I'm really proud of it. So I get to show it off. I'm excited. Hold on. Let me do this guy here. I believe it's this guy here. Yeah. Okay. Hold your horses. I hope you're ready. I've only been at this music thing like what is it? Like I'd say maybe 3 months, 2 months, 2 to 3 months. I have been learning music. Alrighty, I can bring you into this screen here. So currently how I'm making music for the game is I'm using the blah 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 blah. Yes. I'm using a sheet writer for the music because I need the MIDI files to do the thing. So here's the current song that I've finished. Now it won't be going into the game since I would have to map out the player song, where the player should go. But just give a listen, just give a little listen. I want to show this off. I'm proud of it. We go ahead and hide this guy here. Alrighty, I hope you're ready for your socks to be blown. Oh, make sure the audio's working. Oh, hold on. Alright, does it work? Let's see. It does. Okay. I'll go quiet. That's it. It's pretty long. This is my longest song to date. I hope you liked it. I've been trying to do more stuff on the spookier side of things so that it will be in tune with the idea of necromancer, but because again, prestigious and fancy, I've been trying to get better at fancy but spooky. So that was the idea, and sounds really nice. Thank you, Sanapa. I don't think I've seen that name before. Welcome. Hi. Alrighty, so back on topic. I need to open up the current calibration test. How I have it set up currently is and actually this is the wrong one. Hold on. File, open, visual calibration test. This guy here. I have so many of these guys open. 1 second. All right, calibration test. Now, if I go into, oh, there we go. It's visible. Lovely. Okay. The idea is that on here, whenever I'm making this song, we have a bit of a buffer. Now, I didn't realize this, but when you're doing music, usually there's a beginning to it, right? There's a pause so that the music can have time to play. So that's what this guy is supposed to be. I think it's about 2 seconds long, about 2 seconds. So, yeah, it's about 2 and a little-ish seconds. I'm wondering, because this will determine when our default spawn timer is. Right now it's this guy here, but the idea is that we'll just have the computer. And I wanted to have this kind of call and repeat sound, so when you hear a note coming up, you'll be able to react to it. So that's what this computer part does. And then you have the player part here, which just has that second sound, so saying, hey, I'm about to do a sound, and then the player sound repeats that sound, or in a different tune. So instead of, oh, hold on. Oh, there we are. That's it. That's the entire song instead. That's what I'm thinking, because you can see here for the test song or for the calibration, initially it was very long, but I'm thinking if we just make it this big, it could possibly work. So if I go ahead and just, yeah. Now I think the button is Alt minus, Alt delete, Alt minus delete. It's a button. Let me see if I can, delete. How to delete you? Yeah, you. You've got to go. You've got to go. Measure. How to delete measures. Let me Google it really quickly. How to delete measures. And let me go ahead and put the music back on. How to delete measures. How to delete measures. There we are. And then Control backspace. Plus delete? Oh, that's a lot of buttons. Control backspace. Oh, I did it. We're all good. Okay, so now it's this long, which is nice. Oh, well, yeah, it wasn't selected, but now this is the calibration song. And it's going to play this every single time, and then after each of these, it's going to check to see if the player needs to be recalibrated. I think this will be easier to tell what's going on. So I'll go ahead and file, export this, and we'll go ahead and export it. First, I need to export it into the WAV file, the .wav file. That's the first one I do. And it is a calibration test for visual calibration. And then I go ahead and export it. And then what I do is I file export, and I export the player version of the song, their area there you can see on the bottom, and I export it as a MIDI file. And then from there, once the MIDI file has been exported, then what I have to do is use an online converter from MIDI to JSON, so I can get the what's in the notes. I can go ahead and close this guy and save it. Yep. I can bring you back into here. I can go to that MIDI website, and there's tons out there. There's not really one I've seen that's better than the rest. I can go into my documentation here, go into MuseScore, scores, here we are. Okay, so calibration test, MIDI. Now this isn't the one, and that one also is not the one. I can delete you. You can also get deleted. And I need to find the file. The file that is, where are we at? Calibration test. Calibration, visual calibration. So then I go ahead and use the tool. I go ahead and convert the MIDI to JSON. I can go ahead and drag and drop that MIDI. And then I can go ahead and download. And then we have our MIDI folder. So now, what I can do is I can grab this guy. Oh, hold on. Let me rename it. That makes it a little bit easier. Rename, copy, delete. And now, back in Godot, that's always the thing too. It's like, I didn't know I'd have to do all of this. Hence why learning music was a really good idea. Because it lets me know where the note should go, where the note should be mapped out. If I just downloaded assets of music, I wouldn't know what was going on. And I'd have to, it's nice to know and be specific where I want the things to go. It makes it nice, I can say that. So back on here, our visual calibration test, delete it. We don't need it. We also don't need our calibration test wave here. That's not important as well. That's old code. And we can also delete our calibration test here. That's not needed as well. Delete. We can also delete our visual calibration test. Delete. Yep. And then I can take our new calibration test, the one that has one note, one song. that's the idea here. I can go ahead into our JSON, click on JSON, and then I can just drag and drop our visual calibration test JSON. And then I can go into our music and go ahead and drag in our other music. So our visual calibration audio, our dot wave, that gets added like that. And then in our visual calibration test map, you reset these guys, and then all I have to do is drag and drop the audio. And that's why I tried to make the map structure as best as I could and as fluid as I could, because now I don't have to worry about making the song, adding the song. I just say, this is the part the player plays, this is the music, and it does everything else for me. It has been nice. And then we go ahead and put the JSON here. So now, we might still get that error, but we'll see. I'll go ahead and click play. We should only get one note. There should only be one note in our map test. And I can, hold on. Let me click play just so I can get this up on screen here. Go here, yep. Go here, lovely, okay. And then from there, we'll go ahead and cancel. And all I wanted to do was in our spellcasting minigame, on our start, I wanted to print out a few things. I want to print out the map parser, .current map, .notes, and we should only get one note. And then what we can see here, oh, actually, that needs to be changed as well. In our spell list, or not our spell list, our spell list? Yeah, that counts. What I've done is I've made a custom spell for the debug testing. If we go into our spell parser, or our spell manager, I need to either make this manager or parser. You can see here, this is the 10 notes that we have for the spacebar. If I only want one if I only want one spacebar, I just use space. And now this song only has one note. Is the idea. Let's see if it works. Well, now I can go back into our minigame down here, and I want to print our map, not our current map parser, but our new spell, or current spell, current spell, current spell, dot, and then I want to print points. What I should see when I click start on the game is it should say 1-1. That's what we're looking for, because there's one note and 1 point you can get. That's the hope. Let's see if it works. Now, I'm not sure if it's gonna crash because of array and indexes, but we'll know it. We'll know it when we see it. So I can go ahead and click calibration here. Start. 3. Oh, that's, yeah, one note. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, would you look at that? The time doesn't get reset when the game, or this label. Yeah, okay. But you can see it makes the testing a lot quicker, right? We have one note here and 1 point. Oh, that works. Yep. That did. That modification. Just a small change. So let's check our label. I'm wondering why. Yeah, it just strings song position. Our song position, when we do a reset, should be made into 0. Maybe that's why all of the notes happened at once, because the song position was, yeah. Makes sense. Song position equals 0. That fixes that. We should be good to go now. So now we have this guy here, right? Start. And now when this ends, this restarts. And we go back to 0. So now the player has to get 10 of these right, or 10 of these in okay, for it to count as correct. That's the idea now. Test and complete, restarting. And now, we need this guy to update. The idea is that this guy at the top, and you can't see it. Oh, I don't know if I have it. I do. This guy at the top here should fill up as we're doing our beats, and it should represent the streak. So when we get a note, or when we score a note, this guy should update. Go ahead and turn back the music on here. Progress, isn't that lovely? Hold on, let me make a backup. Very important. Let me go ahead as well. Oh, and I usually stream from 1 to 5 p.m. EST, but since I started 30 minutes late, and also since we've had the lag complications, we're gonna go on a little bit longer, just a smidge. Saying that though, since we're gonna go on for like a little bit longer, let me get more water. I'm running out of water, and since we might go on for just a little bit longer to make up for lost time, I shall be right back, alrighty? This is your perfect time to stretch, do your thing. And since we'll be right back, and since we're taking a water break, I'll do the ad break. That way we don't get interrupted. How about that? Alrighty. I'll do the BRB, and...
Boy underscore rated the
The
stream
world
with
doesn't want
18
me to
views.
end. Hello, everyone! I was just about to go on break. But since you're here, I'm forced to stay. Welcome, Murd Boy. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone. Hi, I hope your stream was well. Let me catch everyone up to... No, I start taking off my stuff to get up. No, we keep going. That's A-okay. You can never leave, right? Isn't that Murd Boy? How do you say it? Is it MRD? That was my best guess. But welcome to stream. Let me show you what I've been working on. I'm telling you, I was this close. This close, I tell you. This is my second game currently.
Nightfire19912 is now
for the
following.
follow. And 24-hour stream. Oh, the day I do 24 hours, send help. Send help. We have here my game. Now, this is the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in 24 hours, Mr. D-Boy. Ah, you know what? That makes more sense. Mr. D-Boy it is. Welcome, and thank you for the raid. This is the second game I'm currently making. It's called Necrotype Cafe. Now, the first game I've ever made was in 24 hours, so that was just to get my feet wet. This game was supposed to be a small game. We've been doing this since August. We have 4 more months until it's been a year. And let me go ahead and link this guy here. That way you can see it. Now, I am currently wrapping up the prototype of the game. Let me go ahead and copy this guy. So I'll send it here, and I'll also send it here. And Cafe, 2 nerdy nerds. You know a thing or two about that. 2 nerdy nerds, or do you mean a person? Let me give you the rundown of the game, though. I can go ahead and click here, run game, and what I sent there is the prototype of the game. It's currently on itch at the moment, so if you'd like to give it a test. I warn you, though, calibration is not working. That's what we're fixing today. So if the notes aren't aligning quite correctly, you know why, you've been warned. So let me go ahead and make this guy bigger. Let me go ahead and make this guy, where are we at? Make you smaller, like so. There we are. Ah, I see, it is a person. Alrighty, so I am currently in the process of creating a rhythm typing cafe game. The idea behind it is that you play as Gabriella, this necromancer here. And the idea is that she goes to this prestigious wizard academy, and her family is a long line of necromancer, but she doesn't want to be a necromancer. She wants to be a chef, a baker. She wants to be an artiste. So she finds this haunted classroom in the academy and makes a cafe. And the idea is that by the end of the semester, you have to make get enough status points to show the world that, you know what, I don't have to be a necromancer to make it out in here. And the idea is that it is about serving customers, your fellow students. You lovers, right? Thank you, I made it myself. Everything you see here is created by me. The only thing that is not is this current music. I have made music on here, but this music, everything else, I can proudly say. Now, we have a customer down here. Let's go ahead and seat her here, and she'll go ahead and take her seat. Now, you can see here, this is the book. This tells you what to do. This is the menu of the game. I tried to make it as, I think it's called diegetic, as in line with the game. There will be a special color. It's gonna be like a parchment, an actual book. Right now, this is the prototype. It was just supposed to be a proof of concept. You can see the customer here has been... We're not in the tutorial. Hold on. No wonder. Hold on. Okay, now that we're in the tutorial, we will not be bombarded with customers. So, open up the book. Now we can take things at our own pace. We can flip the pages. Seat the customer. And as you can see, it's a little book here. And the customer will go and get seated. They'll think about what they want to read, their order. This represents where the customer is, so it's 2 to a seat. That's what that symbol means. And once the customer's ready to order, once they're ready and saying, hey, look, I want food, you can go and say, yep, I'll give you your food or your drinks or your other, condiments. I can go ahead and click it, And you can see here, there's 2 symbols and an icon. And if you go to the next page, you can see that there's an atlas here. So it's pink purple cookie, which means she wants a sweet, bitter cookie. And the idea is that as the game goes on, more students will come to your cafe. So you'll have, right now, this is a necromancer. That's what the purple means. So different customers will have different colors. The idea is that, for example, you might have a cryomancer, so your ice wizard come in. That's the ice wizard. So they might order something that's minty, and that's a new flavor. Or you might have a pyromancer, your fire wizards come in, and they will want something spicy. And the idea is that as you go on, you'll get more flavors or more foods. So then you can combine them to be like spicy sweet or bitter minty. And it'll be a thing of trying to figure out different combinations and everything. And that's really cool. I'm glad you think so. I had fun coming up with the idea. This has been a thing. The issue is I made it a rhythm game, and rhythm games are very hard. They're difficult. If I had known they were hard, I would not have started with the rhythm game as my second game. It's like trying to make an RPG. And Yellow comes in and you're like, Hufflepuff, you're not allowed in here. I feel like Yellow can maybe be like a lightning wizard. That could be a fun idea. Maybe it's got we have the pyros, the little kick in it. So what could it be? And imagine making a rhythm game in Godot. Oh yeah, Godot is a terrible place to make a rhythm game. So what we can do here is they want a sweet, bitter cookie. We can go ahead and do sweet, bitter cookie. Click generate, and it will start the spell casting. In this game, spells are made with poems, and the idea is that depending on the poem you choose, there will be different flavor text, things of that nature. So I can go ahead and click generate on here. Song starts. Now I made this song. All right, C, A, L, L, O, O, H exclusion, space T, H E, space D, O, R, O, G, O, V, E, S, comma space, M, A, N, X, O, M, E space, F, O, E space. Okay, it's not done yet though. It loops around again. All right, H, E, space, G, O, O, G space, W, H, E, N, space, I, P, space, I, S. And we get our food. And we can go ahead and serve the customer, and they'll go ahead and eat. And what about a non-wizard person that comes every once in a while that asks for pure raw bread? They sneak into the academy. They just a bit of bread, please. Can you spare a bit of crumb? That'd be very silly. You can see the customer and neat, thank you. The customer's ready to leave, and the customer will leave. Now, there's other parts of the game, but again, this is the prototype. It's supposed to be the proof of concept. There's going to be a ghost. A ghost will have different things. They'll make the customers afraid. They'll add different types of music to the game as well. The idea is that for fast-paced music, it'll be spicy. For slow-paced, it might be the minty. So depending on the music and song, there's going to be a lot of just customization in general. For ghosts, you'll have to banish them with a special flavor called memory. You can see down here. So it'll be depending on the ghosts, depending on the thing, it'll be that thing. But that's about it in terms of the game itself. That's the loop. I hope you enjoyed it. And again, with that link, you can give it a try yourself. And again, if that calibration does not work correctly, you know why. Don't come and tell me it doesn't work. I know it doesn't. That's what we're working on currently. It is not happy with me. Thank you again for the raid. Hold on. Oh, I gotta do the shout out thing. One second. Okay. It is /shoutout. Oh, hold on. /shoutout. And then it is, what was it? Mr. D boy _. I did it. There we go. Thank you again. Alrighty. So saying all of that, we can go back into programming here. Oh, well, I'll retain to catch you up to pace on it. Thank you. Words, yes. So earlier today, we looked through some games that are rhythm games that deal with calibration, trying to figure out what calibration is. How does calibration work? So there seems to be 2 types, visual calibration and audio calibration. Visual calibration is the thing of what you see on screen and lining up with what it appears to be. So for example, when you see the note appear, that button press will be recorded as that time. So right now, we're trying to do visual calibration. We're trying to record the note. And right now, the goal was to make the game or the song loopable to get it. And oh, I thought I missed something. The goal is to make the game loopable in that sense of when you're doing calibration, you just keep going until the calibration test is complete. And that is what we did. That is what we just finished. So if I go back into here, back into programming here, and we go into play, you can see now, we've been trying to figure it out. Earlier it was a crunch bone sound, but now it's working. Now it's decent, I can say that. Let me go ahead and mute this for a second. Go ahead and grab this guy here. Where are we at? This guy here, oh, this guy here. Oh, there we are. Now if we go into calibration, the game will loop because it is in calibration mode and it is incomplete. The test is incomplete. So now that we have the test working, we need to record the test data, hence the bar at the top. The idea is that as you go on, you need to press the button and the button will complete. And we need 10 good points for the latency to be correct. So once this reaches 100, the test will be complete. And that's where these guys come into key. And you can see as well, if I make this guy a little bit bigger, you have the key passed. So now we have a way to record when you press the button here. So the hope is that we can do a little bit of stuff behind the scenes to see when the note happens, when the note occurs and things of that nature. So let's see. And also I need to change the sound so that it doesn't do it on a miss. That's important. And look at those long messages. Oh yes, indeed. I added color too. I like colors. And what it's colored and centered. It is indeed. I can show you very quickly how to do it. 1 second. Where are we at? This guy here. You can do rich text. So if you do print rich, you can center it with center. And then you can choose the color equal. I have a color list on here. But for example, for a crimson color, you can do, hold on, color equal, and then you would do this. Hold on, like this. And you would just choose a Godot color. And then from there, that's the color print. And to choose color, if you do this, you can do like color dot, and it'll give you a whole list of colors you can use in game in Godot. There's a sheet list for it out there on the internet. I have it in my Obsidian just so I can reference it. If I quickly type into here, color, it's already in here. That's how many times I've done it. But you can see, I have all the list of colors, so I can tell if I really need a color really quickly and I don't want to do the small scroll, I can just, very easy. And I like debugging with colors. I don't know if you can tell. I like colors. Just a smidge, not too much. Let's go back into here. And you feel like when you were in school in these peers had colorful notebooks with different colored pens. Meanwhile, I was rolling a raw lead pencil all the way through. I'll have you know, I was one of those people. I had highlighters, pencils, pens. Oh man. It was the best. Note taking was great. Oh, to go back to those days, I don't wanna. I write very hard, so my hand hurts, but we're past those days. We're now on technology. Now I can just tell it what color to do. It's nice. It's very fun. You can also make the color of the words wiggle too. Very different things. And more developers like you are needed in the world pronto. Oh, I appreciate it. I truly do. It's fun. As long as it's fun. It's just that thing is sometimes it takes a little long. So what we're looking to do is to have the bar update when the note registers. So if we go back into our latency test guy here, there should be one that does during the test. So if I go back here, there should be something like player scored. Yeah, on player scored, you can see here, typing sound. So right now, the typing sound is happening even if there's a miss. We don't want there to be a typing sound when you miss. So if grade equal ability dot score grade dot missed, we don't do it. So if not missed, do it. Do it. There we go. And that should take care of the sound we hear, the key clacking, when we don't clack the keys. If I go ahead and just mute this really quickly just to do a quick test. That's an easy fix. Luckily, there's many fixes that aren't easy, but this one is easy. Go back into here and let me just double check to see. Is YouTube working? Is YouTube not been working this entire time? Or, oh no, okay. The chat was popped out. I got worried for a second. Oh boy. I had some connectivity issues earlier. Had to end stream restart it, so I'm glad things are working out. So now, when I click start, we should not hear the clack because it is a miss. Let's see. Moment of truth. Correct. Nice. Okay. Now, I'm wondering why it's happening twice. You know what? What twice? I see no twice. Do you see it twice there? Right now, it's okay. I will deal with consequences later. I'm sure I will. Oh boy. Alrighty, so if the player scores, what we need to do here is now, if player scores, if grade equals miss or equals poor, pass. So what we need to do is, this is here. This is where we check about the latency test. So if it's not a miss, or it's not a poor. If not miss or poor, we can do our things. Or actually, never mind. It really needs to be, hold on. If grade equal or equal. And the only thing you can get is perfect or okay. Those are the only two ones that'll be allowed. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome back. You missed almost the entire progress. Thank goodness YouTube saves it. That is true. It's a little unfortunate that YouTube, well, the stream is separated into 2 videos because they had to end stream, but it's still nice that it gets saved. I am happy, and I do, for people who watch it in the future, I do add chapters, so to hopefully make things a little bit easier. And hi, Beetle. Welcome. And future you problem? Oh yeah. Future me's not gonna be happy. Present me though. Oh yeah, I'm happy. We're all good. So if grade equals pass, so it will only accepts, only records, or actually, never mind. That's not true. We only record. Okay, actually, only records grade if. Only records grade if only records grade if perfect or okay. Otherwise update latency. There we go. I think that's good. And yeah, okay. If grade score, because this guy should have a progress bar equals. All right. Progress bar plus equal 1. So, and I'm realizing this now, actually, as I'm doing else pass. Not probably what we're gonna need to do. And why are you, progress bar dot value. A little fancy, I say. Progress bar dot value. If their streak is broken, we need to change that. So, yeah. Okay, so right now, this checks the typing sound. Okay. Checks CHEC, checks typing sound. And what we need to do as well, player scored. Yeah, okay. So when the player scores, we right now have a way to do and this is key listener. This guy here. This guy will do this key time. And hi, F14M. Welcome. Well, F14M3Z. Is that a word? Is it supposed to be Fulhamizer? Welcome to stream. You can tell me how close I got. I totally got completely close. 100%. And did someone say rhythm game? I did indeed. You know what? I have this here, but if you're curious and giving the game a good old try, there you go. But the prototype's out now. What we're trying to do right now is work on the calibration. Since right now the calibration isn't too calibrate-y. It's not correctly aligning. I've had people send in videos of the calibration. You know what? I can show you. I can indeed show you. And that was pretty close. It's flames. Ah, interesting. I wouldn't have guessed flames. Interesting. Would you look at that? We can go into here, calibration. And this is a video was sent in on the calibration. So the current calibration on the website looks like this. When the person had a full screen, it looked like this, and the note stopped. You can already see it's different in calibration terms, right? The idea was that it would play a timer, and once the timer stopped, if it didn't end on it, you could manually update the calibration. But the thing was, this is what happens when it was played in full screen. So then the person decided, you know what? I'm gonna do it not full screen. You know what happens when they don't do it? What? So, hence why we are scrapping the way the calibration works at the moment and building it from the ground up. I'm telling you, when I saw this the first time, I couldn't believe my eyes. Alright, let's go back into programming. Exactly. It was speed. You'd never seen anything like it. Alrighty. So, what we need to do is have a place to record the player input. So, how can we do that? Right now, we have it telling us what the latency was. And right now, we have the note. So how do we get that note latency when the player, when the note gets scored? Okay. I'm wondering, and it's a little tricky because it's that thing of where does it go? And let me go back into concepts to kind of better explain what I mean. Grab the good old handy dandy pen here. Drag this guy up and around town. Move you up, move you around, move you down. Just a smidge, just only a smidge. But right now, we have it telling us, it tells us when the time happens, right? So when time occurs. Let's go back into Key Listener for a quick second. I'm curious to see if I do programming Obsidian. Yeah, programming. That's the one we want to go into. Key Listener emits this here. And it also emits, go on input. If input happens, scale frame, get score. Where does get score happen at? Get score happens, get score. Okay. So I'm wondering, get score. Okay. So, utility player scored dot emit. Utility, player scored. And that player scored when we decide the current key, the correct key. Then what happens, you can see, is do latency test. Here, we have that score. We also have that sound. So that's where the score and sound comes from. But we need to know what time the player types. We register the player typing here. This is where the player key happens. So I'm wondering if it's better to do get score here instead. Possibly. And then also add it here. Player scored, and then do the player score. So for example, what we can do is do the minigame.song position. So I think that might work a little bit better. Instead of having the player press the key, this might work a little bit better, and a little bit, I think, possibly. We have this guy here, and instead of having this emit, now when we do that function, we'll have it in the function. So if so-and-so, we can go ahead and say here, utility print message, song position, this is the time it happened. And then we can go ahead and do in this guy here, when the player scores, we can go ahead and say, alrighty, this happened here, this was our perfect, this was our okay, this was our poor, this was our missed. And this also needs to be a comma. Can't forget the commas, can we? So comma, yeah, okay. Then from there, what we can do is go back into utility. So utility, there we go. And then from there, in our player scored, looking for player scored, player underscore scored, there we are, player scored. In there, on our grid score, we have a play sample. We also need, we need an int or float that says time scored, like that. And then it's gonna be a float, F-L-O-A-T, a float, play sound. And you're good at explaining things, you usually just say this does this in a hymn. I try what I can. The thing is, a lot of people who watch me are beginners, because I myself am a beginner, and it's nice to have that beginner camaraderie. So I try my best, especially since people might have not seen the stream before, or might have not know what goes on with programming. I try what I can to explain, but the nice thing is as well, the better I can explain it, the better I understand it. So it works both ways. It's a good thing. But I can understand, yeah. And bye-bye, I'll go to sleep, I'm tired. Rest well, Rudy. Rest well. Sleep nicely. Good night. There we are. And bye, tired. Indeed. Rest well, goodbye, tired. I bid you adieu. We have our grade, we have our time scored, and we have our sound played. I think that works out now. Is there a place we use player scored that we need to use? You can see here, I have a lot of emits. Now this emit, missed, fail, missed. So I'm thinking if the time, maybe we can make it say, all right, if we don't put a time in here, just think it's 0. That's what we can do. So for example, here in our connect, these are our 2 connects. Yeah, we have connect, player scored, and you can see here in our scorekeeper. Now this guy is responsible for the overall scorekeeping. This is a different system we're developing for calibration, but this player scored, you can see playable sound. I'm hoping what we can just do is, if we go back into utility really quickly, I'm lost. Where am I? Where am I? What day is it? We have time and then sound. So we can go ahead and do time scored. I'm just gonna copy this guy. It makes it easy. And then we'll go back into our scorekeeper. Yep. And then in this guy here, we'll just say the basic score is 0.0. There we go. And hi ho. Quel nocife. Quellem nocife. That was my guess. You can tell me how close I got. But hi, welcome to stream. So let's see. Score grade 1. Yep. Kelm. Kelm Nafasa. And I get closer. I'm telling you, I did not expect names to be like that. Oh, an ad break. Okay. Ad break is about to happen. I can't stop it from happening. So we'll actually, you know what? I can stop it from happening. I can say no to ads. Let me go ahead and use this really quickly. We will take a break in a second, but just give it a second. A new calibration idea. Always take score is perfect and see how long it takes the player to... Oh boy, I can say right now in its current state, the game is very hard. I have not sent a picture of someone getting a perfect song, perfect score. I'm hoping eventually. It's been delayed for like 5 minutes, so let's see if we can quickly do this thing, and then the break can happen. It has to happen. All right, this player score. Yep, that works all right. Yep. Okay. And then we can go back to our minigame here, and on our play. Oh no, it needs to be latency test. The player scored. Here we can do time scored, and then we can do this guy here. So what I'm hoping is we get the time now. We don't have to worry about getting the time somewhere else or doing some sort of something. We don't have to worry about it. And we can also, if we go back up here, get rid of that timer I had. So spawn ghost, entity, nope. Casting finish, seek customer. Well, you know what? It's lost in code for now, but we do some refactoring here and then. So we'll find it when it needs us. But I'm thinking we do the set score here. And then we have a song hit. The utility, player scored. Yep. Player scored. Okay. And from there, in our latency test, we have our player score. So we have utility. Now that we have that, we can check and set the time for the next spawn. So in our latency test, what we have here, I believe, new latency. There will be an overall universal latency, but for right now, our new latency. So I'm thinking, okay, the latency results. If okay, now down here, if we get a perfect score, everything went well. We can go ahead and do our latency results, and all we'll do is just do .append, and we can go ahead and add our where are we at? Our time scored, saying this is a perfectly good time to that we have that the player got a perfect and okay. It should work out. What we also need to do, or what we need to note, is the streak. So if they didn't get, actually we can do it down here. If they didn't get a streak, that means their streak is lost. So we set our streak back to 0. Let me go ahead and write that here. Set streak to 0, as the streak has been lost. The idea is that we want the player to get a perfect or okay streak. That's where the streak counts. And we can also do streak, current streak plus equal to 1. That's good to go. Now what we can do is, actually, the progress bar equals current streak. Never mind, we already do that elsewhere. Lovely, okay. Saying that, since that gets updated as we go, set streak to 0, since streak is broken. B-R-O-K-E-N, broken. So current streak equals 0, and then we can go ahead and clear the latency results. The latency results, dot. And how do we clear it? Is there a way to erase? Can you erase an entire array? Is that possible? erase. Godot, can you erase, E-R-A-S-E, an entire array? Is it possible? I don't think there is. Which is A-okay, because you know what we can do. And you left for a while, surprised to see you're still streaming. Yeah, I started streaming like 30 minutes a little bit later, and with the lag issues, I'm gonna go for another hour just to measure out everything since we had the complication. It only makes sense and it makes fair. That, and I am, once the stream ends, I'm gonna keep going. So, might as well. I feel like that is fair. Plus, we're gonna be doing this tomorrow as well, so there's no rush, to say the least. I'm hoping we can do our visual test today and our audio test tomorrow, but we'll see. We shall see. Latency result.erase. Since this does not work, what I can do instead, push it to the limit. Yeah! I've gone on for longer, I can say that. So latency results.erase. What we can do is do var empty array. I'm thinking of just setting it to an empty array. Wouldn't that be nice? I think that could work. Or latency results, right? 24, someone else said that. If that happens, call help. Send help. Empty array. Like that. Add start in a minute. Okay, all right. Okay. Const var. Okay. Like that. Okay. Expected const name. Empty array. So, if our latency results don't work, we'll set latency results equal to our empty array. Or, hold on. That's reversed. Latency results equal empty array. Alrighty. Okay. There we go. So, I'm gonna take that out of break now since it's doing the thing, and now I'm gonna get the water. Telling you that raid. So I'll be back in a bit. Gonna let the ad break run out. So get your stretches in while you can. We got a little bit more time left in the cooker, but I'll be back in a bit. I think I have a timer on here. If not, I'll put a timer on screen. That way everyone knows what's going on. So I'll be back in just a second. Make sure you drink. Stay hydrated. And no water for you. Only coffee. I ran out of sugar. So I'm coffeeless today. I don't know if you can tell. Alrighty, I'll be right back. don't think I said the name earlier, but thank you for the follow, Nightfire. I feel like I would remember such a simple name after being thrown curveballs here and there. But I hope you all have had time to stretch and get good work done. So set streak to 0, then streak is broken. So we want to get 10 good results. Once we do this, once we reset the streak, what we then need to do is coffee equal banana. No, not at all. Stay far away with that 0. That's, yuck. Yeah, disgusting. So once we set the streak, then we need to update the latency. So I'm gonna go ahead and do one here. And actually, I was thinking this latency guy here, new latency, but I think it's okay. I think this is fine. We'll just say, yeah, okay. So next up, what we'll do then is do utility dot latency, visual latency equals, and then we'll do time scored. And Ola ruined by the internet. Welcome to stream. I feel like I've seen that name before. Maybe not though, but welcome all the same. And banana cancels coffee heartburn. Well, good news for me, I don't get the heartburn. I've been all good on clear old coffee. Let's see, visual latency equals time score. So now, if you get it wrong, the latency updates. It updates to your current latency. I think that'll work. And average results. New latency. Okay. So, new latency is required. It seems. var new latency. 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 And it is a float equal to 0.0. There we go. And you're back. How's it going? Hi, Lusk. Welcome back. Look, float. Oh boy. Float. There we are. We've been going in. Wait for it. That's menacing, Zero. If having bananas wasn't good enough, now wait for it. That's scary, eh? Alrighty. So I'll go ahead and print here. Print. Actually, we'll do utility print. Do I have one? Yeah, I do. No typing set has been sound. And latency. In it, bro. Latency. Oh boy. I will be excited to do Delta Road. Oh man, you won't be ready. Latency updated to... oh man, the queen will be fun. She'll be so fun, but I gotta get through Undertale Yellow first. Hopefully next week I won't be sick. Knock on the wood. Very knock. So warning, debug color, latency updated to, we'll do pass. I think that's fine. Pass is green. Great. Let's go ahead and have that do its thing. Let's see if it does the thing. Banana attack. Stay back. Stay back. Let me go ahead and set this guy here to this guy here, this guy here, guy here, and let's take a chess. Let's take a check. Words. Calibration. Alrighty. So, as we know, right now, it's reset. Okay. Great. Okay. The spawn key pressed. Now, it says it twice. And I'm wondering why. Key pressed at. Test incomplete. Game has ended. Someone's doing something twice over here. Something's off. This is where now, it is important we figure out why it's Jimmy Tutu or is it Jacob Tutu? Well, it's doing it twice. It's doing it twice. Let's see. Spell manager. Okay. Non-spell manager. It's not in. Is it in the minigame? If the list is empty, game has ended. That is true. When we restart or update the minigame. Okay. Scorekeeper. That's not needed. We don't have a scorekeeper. Out of game screen. That's not needed as well, I don't think. Out of game screen. Yep, that's not needed. In our cookbook, nope, we don't need that. Our key listener, is that it? No, it's not. Is it in our utility? I don't believe so. In our latency test. That's not start. I'm gonna hide this guy, see if it changes it at all in terms of the reset. Let's see. Calibration, start. Huh? Hold on now. Now that doesn't make any sense at all. Game has ended. Testing complete restarting. Okay, let's see. Try again. Again we go. Calibration start. Okay. It should not restart. It didn't restart. Okay. It didn't restart, but it printed all of this out. Updated latency, incomplete, restarted, ended. Okay. So, why? This restart test incomplete, I guess, is getting said twice somewhere, maybe? Final result test and early test is null. Latency updated 2. That happens if it is... Oh, well that needs to be this guy here. Latency updated 2 plus str. And then we can go ahead and do time score. That needs to be that time scored. Now, this player scored. Maybe that's why player scored? I'm just wondering why. Casting finished. Player score. Okay. Hi to you. What happens then, huh? What are you gonna do, huh? Let's see. Okay. Okay. So, something's calling this somewhere twice, and that is why it is appearing twice. So utility.casting finished. Let us find. It is time to go look in a book. I shouldn't have this too many places. So we have it in the spellcasting minigame. That's where it's being emitted. In our endgame, in our reset, casting finished gets emitted. It also gets emitted during user input. Okay. Huh. And it also gets emitted in our spellcasting manager. No, just 2. Only 2 of these guys get emitted. For some reason. So, somewhere along the lines, we're calling endgame twice, I think, is the issue here. So, endgame. Let's try reset. In-game. Casting finished. Reset. Scope issue? I don't know. That's a head twistler there. Reset. No. I feel like this makes sense. Casting finished. But if it's resetting, well, sometimes casting isn't finished even if it resets. But for some reason, endgame is getting called. So when is endgame getting called? We now have to go up the route. So endgame is called on utility.endgame when that emits. So when is this emitting? It is emitting in scorekeeper, but we don't have scorekeeper. Huh. Utility.endcasting. Huh. Okay. And what are the messages we get again when we get it printed? Let's see. Calibration, start. We get latency updated 2. That's incomplete. Restart. Okay. That's incomplete. Restarting. Okay. That's incomplete. Restarting. I'm thinking here. Test incomplete. Restarting. Game has ended. And it says it twice. But why? Okay. End casting happens if you made a perfect item, but we don't even have scorekeeper. Scorekeeper does not exist in our thing. And end game happens. Yeah, okay. If list is empty, end the game. Game has ended. So this is happening twice as well. Huh, okay. End game, game has ended. Go ahead and just put this in here, since this isn't needed. Casting finish dot emit. We reset it, we do all those things. Okay, this is gonna take a second, I can feel it. This is one of those things that just doesn't end very quickly. Okay. When the game ends, it also prints out all of that stuff. So maybe the game's happening twice? Possibly? Possibly. Latency updated 2. And I also need to add a space so that latency updated. Where are we at in our spellcasting minigame? Spellcasting minigame? Where are we? Well, I'm lost. Where am I? What day is it? What time? We have spawn, and we don't need spawn to be printed anymore, so we can go ahead and get rid of that print spawn. We can go ahead and do that. We can also get rid of this guy here. This can go back to being small. Now, test incomplete restarting. This gets printed twice, I believe? Okay, so after the spawn, test ends. Okay, so latency updated to 0, 0. Game has ended. Latency test incomplete restarting. And it's 1955. Oh no! So long ago! Those years! I remember them fondly. Let's see. User input. Casting finish. Yeah, I don't think this is the issue. I'm pretty sure it's not, because it's not skip spell, action just pressed. You never know. It's always good to cross it off, even if you don't believe it's the case. Right? Yeah, okay. It's not that. It's something to do with, yeah, UI cancel. I'm also curious about that one. I'm like, UI cancel. What happens? I go ahead and click play, calibration start, cancel. Test ended early. Okay. Nice. It also counted that key. Test ended early. Looks like that's another bug. Alright, alright. Okay. Cancel spell casting, start background, hide minigame. Make perfect item, casting finish, start background. So it's not in user input. When our minigame ends, or when it starts, we first reset. And in our reset, we go ahead and we do the past notes and all of those things. Casting finished only happens in here once. And casting finished, yeah, game has ended. Is there a chance of a duplicate node somewhere? Not really. I did get rid of, if you can see here in our calibration menu, that's a nice catch. You can see here, we only have one test. I thought about that. Our visual latency test, you can see, it only has one minigame. So in our game, there should only be one minigame. There's only ever one guy in here. There's only one minigame in the main menu. So it shouldn't have that. Shouldn't be that sense. There's that case. Calibration start. Yep. Latency updated to 00. Latency updated to 00. Game has ended. What we could try to do is latency is updated. Game has ended. Test incomplete. Now, again, I'm not sure why. However, one thing we can quickly do is if is active, or let's see, where is this? This is a latency test, right? Yeah, latency test. If in session. If we're in session, or if we're not in session, rerun. If not in session. Because what this should do is stop it from doing duplicates. Because if there's two tests, which will be the audio and the visual, if there's two tests, if this isn't the test, don't do it. That would take care of the duplicate. And I love Seahorse. Hi, what a lovely name. And hey chat, I just got into Pixel Art. How lovely. Did you check out the introduction video I made? Or is that, I assume as much, but if not, I'm curious. And add minigames, let's God of War this. I definitely, well, this is the minigame in the feel of sense, right? The minigame is the spell casting. And the minigame can be the different pacing, the different feels. The calibration should just be this guy now, but it should still do it twice because we haven't fixed that. Time to plop some breakpoints. Stay back! Stay back! I'm a print type of person. No! I don't wanna. I know I have to, but I don't wanna. Oh boy. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, that is the thing to do. It is a hard pill to swallow. Calibration start. And okay. And the true breakpoints is the prints we made along the way. Exactly. The true breakpoint is the prints we made along the way. And you have to learn how to. It's like learning how to swim. I know how to. I just don't like it. I very much know they're a tool. I just like acting like they don't exist in my toolbox. They're a break in case of emergency. That's how I use them. And mash to open kitchen door. QTE, talking to customers. Space Invaders for removing ghosts. Can you imagine a game like that? That is just tons of minigames back to back. Oh, I mean, not like WarioWare, but a game within a game within a game. Something like that. Alrighty. So, this is the second time it happens. The second time the game has it called. And I'm wondering, errors, evaluation, yeah, okay. New latency results 0, current trick 0. So, breakpoint. The issue is as well the multitude of breakpoints, but restart test if incomplete. This is happening twice. So we go here to restart test is incomplete. Where is it being called at? Restart test if incomplete is being called on casting finished. So I'm wondering, can you breakpoint a signal? Is that possible? And, oh, I did read that. Rhythm game for typing shoes. Exactly. You did the loop-de-loop and pull over and back, around and through, and side to side. I'm curious to see if the signal's gonna work though. If I go ahead and click on calibration, and nope, you can't breakpoint casting. Now, I'm wondering if it's casting finished, because if we do Control-Shift-F casting finish and find it, the dot emits are the ones we're looking for. And there's only 2 dot emits. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, it's the thing of, well, then again, I could just be scarred. Back when I was in college for programming, I was supposed to do game dev stuff, but I was in Visual Studio 24/7. And all we had were breakpoints. Breakpoints were the way of life. And I didn't like them. And there was memory allocation and things like that and C++. And so it's the thing of, I had a bad experience. I don't want to do it again. But I do know that there's a use for them. There definitely is. And break in case ew C++. Now hold your horses now. I like C++. Okay, maybe it's Stockholm. But I enjoyed it. Maybe because it was my first language. And I like pointers, but then again, memory allocation. Oh boy, I'm definitely more of a Godot enjoyer. GDScript, or the Pythonish language. Now, this utility.casting finished emit. Okay, I'm curious to see if I block this guy, do we get our thing? Let's see. And platforming section for going to the store. Yeah, that'd be funny. And then for you have to drive to the store, and so then it becomes a driving game. That'd be very silly. Alrighty. Let me meet that. Now, does this stop the casting? Because this is the only place casting finish is being called. Latency updated. Okay. We have new information here. To do. Unhide. Okay. So now we need to go to latency updated and game has ended. When are these getting called? Latency updated, game has ended. Alrighty. So, latency updated. That is up here. Yeah, latency updated 2. And I did not do that space. And, oh,
F14
Flames.
M3Z is now
Thank you
following.
for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to, as you can see, very professional coding going on here. Let's see. Latency updated. This is called when the player scores. So when is the player being called to score? That is the next question. Player scored happens on utility.player_scored. Alrighty, Control-Shift-F. When are we admitting player score? A lot. Okay, this helps a little bit. We do it in our minigame in our key listener. Oh. Would you look at that? Huh, okay. Player score emits. I have a lot of these misses, which is interesting. Okay, we have this miss, we have this miss, we have this miss, we have this missed, and we have, okay. So, this is get score. And if I scroll down here, if list.empty, if the player tries to score and the notes are out of range in the front, it is a miss. If the, yeah, okay, just fail them. Yeah, that makes sense. If the list is large, handle differently. Yup, okay. And that's for all of these cases. Class dismissed. The bell rings, oh boy. And in our key listener, we have the player scored emitted. So, I'm guessing key pressed. This is getting admitted for player score, is my guess here. And all of these guys, because we also do our, yeah, okay. Wrong position. So, what I'm gonna do, just curiously, is it a default score or is it not? What we can do is set it to 2, and just do all of these as 2. And if it is, oops, minigame song position. Oh, okay, we're good. I'm gonna set these to 2. If it says 2, then we know for certain that it is this function. If it's not 2, something's happening somewhere else. If it is happening somewhere else, it's 0. If it's 2, we know it's in there. Let me double check as well, just to cross our eyes, dot our T's. Let me zoom in, zoom enhance. We have 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. Let's see what we get. And the driving section would play like Surgeon Simulator. How awful. Let's see. 0. Okay. So whatever's happening, it's not happening here. Latency score is not 2. Latency updated to 2. Or rather, ability score, latency test actually. Do player scored, print. There we are. Print. Time scored. Okay, quickly, just in case it is a clause case of something else. Calibration start. Let's see, let's see. 0. Okay, so we for sure know it's happening somewhere else, that these guys are getting called. If it's not happening in key listener, which is our player scored, so I can go ahead and undo all of these guys, and it's utility.playerscored.emit. Let me also do that one as well. .emit. Then the culprit is, see, is something making it default to 0? Yeah. The 0 default happens here in this float guy. So if it's 0, it's being set somewhere else. And we only call it in 2 places. Process of elimination. You can see here, we just did it in the spellcasting minigame. Was it? Oh, hold on. Where did we do it at? Hold on. We did it here, right? Or was it? No, I forget. I just remembered, but which one was it? And this looks so confusing. It's cool how you know what to do. I appreciate it. It's that thing of you have to remember to grow with the code, but it's also that thing of it makes it easier because I have notes here. Definitely making sure you write down notes. Okay, key listener. So key listener isn't the culprit. It's spellcasting minigame. And whoa, I'm finally alive. Easter C7P5? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream and hi. It's definitely a thing of just starting small and working up. I've been working on this project since last August, so yep, it's a lot. And it's pudding cups. Oh, hi, pudding cups. Hello, welcome. I can't tell. It says Easter something. 1 second. Let me do a double check on something. Was it you that had I think so. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Nope, I can't remember. I had a note here somewhere. Easter cups. Oh, that's adorable. I see. How adorable, how sweet. Okay, so this is perfect. Since key listener is not the issue, we go back to here. Yeah, okay, refresh. Key listener is not the issue. It's spellcasting minigame. It's something to do here. And we can test this by doing 2. So I can go ahead and do str, or not str, 2. Let's go ahead and set these to 2. Just to see, because if this is the case, something's happening here. So player scoring missed 2, and then we have 2 and false, comma. So if it says 2, now if it doesn't say 2 and it says 0, I'm out of ideas. Oh boy, let's see. We'll see. And can you go by line and see where it changes? Maybe I might be doing it, then immediately changing it back to 0. The issue is, I don't know where the error is happening, so I don't know where to put the breakpoint at. I know it has something to do with the signal, but the issue is it's like, if it was a problem with the player not eating, right? And the player something, I could go to the function of the player. But because this is sending out a signal somewhere, I'm not sure. Oh, that's the thing too. This was supposed to make it easier. I have not used this guy yet a lot, but this signal visualizer is supposed to make things easier to see when signals happen. It is a work in progress in that case of I don't know what's going on here, but that was supposed to make managing signals easier for debugging. So it could be that. We could see if maybe that can help. A clear graph. Maybe that can help in debugging. But right now I don't know where to put it at. I know it has something to do with emitting. So if this is 2, we'll see. So I would use the breakpoint if I couldn't figure out where to put it at. But if you have a suggestion, I will happily listen. I'm not above being told. And is that a plugin? It is indeed. Yep. It is called, oh boy. it is, where are we at? Plugins, I have a few of them. It's called Signal Visualizer. That is the name of the plugin. So, let's go back to calibration. Start. I'm hoping it's gonna say 2. It's 2. I found it! Bug has been found! Alrighty, we're on the right path here. Okay. Okay. There's hope. There's hope indeed. Alrighty, so, something's happening here. If the player tries to score and the note is out of range, don't delete the note, just fail them. Okay. Just fail them. That makes sense. Game has ended, game has ended. Okay. So, the utility, something here with get score. And try 4 random spots in the code and work for really found it. Yay! Oh boy. 1, 2. Figured that one. I think that one. Yep. That one. Yep. That it? Yep. Okay. Unhide. Okay. So it definitely is happening somewhere in the minigame. Somewhere along the lines, this guy here, this player scored emit, is being sent out. Now, I'm curious to see because it only said it once. That means it only happened once. But that latency updated happened twice. So the player is being told they're scoring twice. So something in here is the issue. So now you know what that means. We can go through these emit, player scored emits, and see which one is causing us issue. There's 5 of them. There's 5 looking suspects at the moment. Let's see. In comma 2. Click play on here. What do we get? And alright. Okay, that's not the guy. And the thing you're watching in the background is so overly disturbing. That's never good. I mean, unless, you know, some people like horror, so I can't blame them too much. Alrighty, key matches close key. Start. Let's see. Okay, you're not the culprit. Alright. Are you the culprit? Let's see. It feels like a whodunit with Clue. That is fun. Oh, I remember. I forget where, but I remember someone saying coding is like being your own criminal, your own detective, and your own forensic scientist to see what happened at the scene of the crime and leaving clues so that you can find yourself guilty as the culprit. I'll have to find the exact wording that they use, but I found that to be super silly. Oh boy, and hi Maze Days! Welcome to stream. Hello, what did I miss? Calibration and stream lagging and cutting out. But other than that, nothing much. So this is the last guy here. Okay. So, seems to be the case. It's somewhere in here. There's the bug is happening somewhere in here. We can go ahead and do Control F again. This is our 5 matches. Did I do all 5? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What we'll do then is 1, 2, let's see, 3, oh, space 2, comma, 4, oh, 3, 4, yep, and then 5. Okay. Yeah, because when I click this and play it, it happens to be the case that it's 2. So it's one of these functions that's angry. Yes, okay. So, since the first way didn't work correctly, what we can do instead is remove the 2s. That should make it easier to see what's going on. We have all these emits, save and play. And you join the stream in your Nintendo Switch? Oh, how neat! I don't think I've ever watched a stream on my Switch before, but that is neat. How neat. Okay. Kills 2. Angie function, indeed! They're upset, I tell you. This is what it comes down to. Finding it in the echo. Oh boy. This is the case of, if you treat it kindly, you know, tell it it'll be okay. Found it. It's been found! Okay. Something here. Deletes keys out of range. Okay. To do. This is double bug. And now that we've found it, we can now add the breakpoint. That's what I meant earlier when I said I wasn't sure where to put it at. Because where in the code is the breakpoint happening? So that misses right. That misses right. This needs to be that one. Yep. That one's 2, 2. This one here is 2. I think that's all of them. Let's see. This one's a to-do. That one's a to-do. Yep. Okay. Let's double check. Make sure we have isolated the infection. Let's double check. I think that's the case. I think we found it. Start. So if it says 2, it does. And just to double check, let's set it to 3. Make sure, never know. But if we found it, now we can add the breakpoint. I wasn't sure where to put it at. Is 3? Yeah, we found it. Okay, so for some reason, this guy here, this guy happens twice, and it is in our process. Okay, so latency updated, game has ended, game has ended. So if list is not empty, delete the key and score the player as missed. So if list is not empty, print list.size. I'm wondering, list.size, yeah. List.size, this should work. Because we should only have 1. Why does it happen twice? Is it because it's in process, perhaps? And coding looks so fun, even if it can break your brain. It is, it can be fun, it can be relaxing, it can be exciting, and it can be stressful. Coding gives you everything you could possibly ever need. Which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Huh. Okay. Okay. So, and just one more check. That 1 and 0.0. Why did the 0.0 print? Just checking, just making sure. Just crossing my eyes, dotting my T's, But 0.0 is there from somewhere else. And I believe we had it set to here. If we go back to our latency test, print time score, yep. Okay. Now that we have slowly figured out where it is, still casting minigame. Okay. This guy here. If not list is empty. If list.front, global position. So for some reason, this does it twice. Delete first key. Node spawn.pop front. If, if list.empty. Maybe we can do that. List.empty. If the list is not empty. Possibly. Because it's doing it twice for some reason. It is doing the player scored emit. The list is checking, and then we're deleting some stuff. This is a little hacky, but I just want to see. Maybe it does fix it. And I definitely don't like duct tape. Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes duct tape is, flex tape exists for a reason. Okay. Sleeping's lame. What's going on now? Bug testing. This is a double bug, and we also have game has ended as a double bug. So, going back to the end game, game has, now I'm wondering, maybe this is multiple bugs in one spot. That would be terrible. Game has ended. I'm guessing this is in, yep. So, end game. Now, end game is getting called twice somewhere. Where is it getting called twice at? If we go back to up here in our end game, it is on end casting. Ability, find, end casting gets emitted twice in scorekeeper. And that one's been hit, that one's been hit. Okay. So, well, that's weird. That is really weird. End game, right? We go here, game has ended. End game, funk, end game. Is this used anywhere? Oh, okay, hold on. Hold your horses here. End game, game has ended. Utility dot end game. Aha! Okay, so not only do we end casting, but we end game. We shouldn't have to end casting because the game is ended. So, emit, end casting, connect, rhythm, spell casting game, connect, end game. On this connect, end game, and we have these guys emitting. Okay. Kinda, sorta understanding. Kinda, sorta. The thing is, this end game here is a function that I use here. So that's the first time it's called. And it's also called when we end casting. So the thing is, why it's doing it twice is because when the list is empty, so when there's no more notes, the game ends. And when there's no more keys, or when the game ends, it also ends the game. So, what we need to do is say, if the game is completed or something to that extent, for example, but maybe having a status could help. And that way, if the status is already this thing, you don't have to do this thing. I think that could possibly work. So, okay. End game, end casting. Yeah, possibly. This game. If the game's completed already, we could do it that way. So, for example, possibly a var like var, if, or var completed, right? MPLETED, completed, make it a bool equal to false. And maybe, possibly, when we do the reset, right? When we reset everything, and that game has ended. On the reset, we can also say completed equals false. And then, maybe, if, and we can do, oh, actually, endgame. We'll do endgame here. Endgame here. So, if completed, return. Otherwise, the game has not already been set to complete, so we can set completed to true. And then I'm thinking that might work in the sense of it won't do it twice, because it's getting called in 2 different places. It happens for 2 different things, so possibly this should get rid of it, in the sense of it's already called it. No. Interesting. Game has ended, game has ended. If completed. So, we can go ahead now and say, C, if completed, completed equals true. I think I said completed equals to false. So now we can do some breakpoints. Let's see. So this is the first time it happens, and completed is false. Alrighty. So we can go ahead into the next breakpoint, or continue. Yeah, continue. Huh, did it already do it twice? It did. Alrighty then, hold on. Play again. I thought the continue would do the next breakpoint, but I guess not. Calibration, start. Okay. Okay. Nothing's been printed yet. So let's go through it. If we do step into if completed, we set complete equal to true. And then we print game has ended. That has been printed. It hasn't been printed. Resets. Okay. Resets first. Does all this thing. So step over, step over. All this happens. Okay. And then we print game has ended. And so those are bugs already discovered, or ones that have emerged. New bugs sec. New bugs entirely. Oh boy, isn't it fun? Oh boy, oh boy. So we go ahead and print it. Release focus, and that's why I didn't want to go through it, because there's all this engine stuff, and it makes it hard to sometimes see. Like, what is this? XP history, engine frames, Linux window. And that's why breakpoints are a little bit hard to go through, because there's so many things happening at once that it already printed twice. How did it print twice when we only went through the function once? Huh. Calibration. Start. Okay. Play. Okay. Now. Step into. Not print it yet. Step over. Not print it yet. Step over. Print it twice. Huh? I would expect it to run the function twice, but it didn't run the function twice, so it doesn't matter that we say to do it twice. It runs once and it double prints, but nowhere else does it double print. So I mean, it could also be the case that this guy isn't a big issue. It's possible to say that, because if the game ends twice, is that a big issue? Maybe, maybe not. It might be a thing we have to look into. Is this Linux window, user input, so much and so forth. Hey, listener, latency test. And is it double connected? It is double connected, yes. But that wouldn't mean the signals run simultaneously. One signal would run before the other, right? That's my understanding. You don't know when signals get run in order, so you have to do like this signal first, and then at the end of that first signal, then you say, I do this signal now. So you say, before signal A, do signal, before signal B, do signal A. This is being ran twice. It is, if we go back to here in our scorekeeper, I think. Nope, not scorekeeper. Nope. Forecasting minigame. Right now, it is being run here when the list is empty, and also when casting is ended. That's why. And we're ending casting when we go back to here, endcast.emit, and you can see, never mind, because we don't have a scorekeeper. And the scorekeeper's not here, so end casting shouldn't be happening as a signal. You know, happens sometimes, and that's a-okay. I think in cases like these where you are stumped, absolutely stumped, and you don't understand, it is good to take a break, take a step back, and try again. And that's gonna be the most devastated sounding voice I've ever heard. I'll bring you back to here. Saying that, since we're kind of at a stuck end, I'm gonna go take a break, let my mind refresh, maybe go outside for a little bit, possibly even touch grass. See how things go. Tomorrow we'll be doing the same thing as this, seeing if we can get calibration up and running, seeing if that goes well, and doing things in that nature. If you're on YouTube, that'll be the end on my side. But if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around and so we can see if we can raid someone. I'm gonna go to the end screen, and then I'm gonna come back, and we'll see how things go.
Seki is now following.
Thank you. Oh, is it Lewis or Louie? It said Louie. Lewis Zeki. Tell me how close I got. But thank you all for coming. Thank you all for joining. Again, stick around if you're on Twitch if you want to participate in a raid, but I'm gonna move the end screen and then come on right back. But thank you all. I hope you have all been well, for a wonderful day, evening, good night, afternoon. Am I forgetting anything? Morning. There we go. And I'll see you all soon. Hopefully. You ever just do the wrong screen? Huh? And see ya, I love Seahorse. Wrong screen. Now real ending. Fake out ending.